itawa Kenya, manake pale nyuma tulikuwa tukisema pwani si Kenya, manake mengi ilikuwa hatuyapati. Lakini angalau kuna kidogo tuweze hesabu, kama vile barabara, si nyingi lakini zipo, na si kama vile ilivyokuwa mwanzoni, ilikuwa hatuna kabisa. Lakini pia nakubaliana na kwamba endapo kama pesa zitakuwa ziko mashinani, hatutakuwa mpaka National Assembly ama National Executive ipende kwa hiari yao ndio tutengenezee, bali tutakuwa tuna uwezo huo kama county wa kutengeneza kama ni barabara na vitu vingine vingi ambavyo vingekuwa havinakosekana. Hatutakuwa tena ati barabara kama ni Maram mpaka huku executive watake ndio ifanyike, lakini itakuwa inafanyika. Na vile Mheshimiwa Speaker, nimtaka kuzungumzia kuhusu mapendekezo ya hii BBI, ambapo inasema kwamba ikiwa itapita, basi huenda wale wabunge ambao watabahatika kuchaguliwa tutapata mawaziri wetu kutokana na wale wabunge. Na mimi nataka niunge mkono sana hapo, kwa sababu ni mara ngapi tuliikita waziri wa kilimo, hasa wakati ule walikuwa wanaitwa nzige wale. Tulisumbuka sana kuita waziri wa kilimo na ilikuwa ni vigumu sana kupatikana. Na vile nakumbuka waziri wa barabara tumemuita mara nyingi, lakini inakuwa shida kupatikana. Kwa nini? Na hapo ndio maana naunga mkono tena katiba hii ya mapendekezo. Endapo itapita, basi mawaziri kama watatoka hapa, haina haja ya kwamba tukawafuate mbali. Tukimtaka tuwampata hapa, manake ni mmoja wetu, tuko naye, twala naye. Kwa hivyo ni haraka sana kuonana naye na kutatua mambo ambayo tutakuwa tuko nao, kuliko sahihi tukiwataka kuwapata inkuwa ni mbingu na nchi, hawapatikani. Tuwatafuta mpaka uchoke, mpaka mtu inakuwa awe samodi ndio aweze kupatikana. Kwa hivyo bado naunga mkono hii katiba kwamba huenda ikipita basi kuna mazuri mengi yatakuja. Na pia vile nataka niunge mkono niseme, sijui kama blue economy inasemaje, manake sikuisoma vizuri ama sijepata nafasi ya kuisoma vizuri. Lakini najua iko, lakini kama imesemwa vipi hapo siwezi jua, lakini nataka tu ijulikane kwamba bahari ndio uti mgongo wetu sisi wa pwani. Tunaitegemea kwa kila kitu. Ndio shamba yetu kubwa ya kahawa, na labda ndio shamba yetu kubwa ya majani chai, na pia labda ndio mashamba yetu kubwa ya sukari. Kwa hivyo hiyo nataka niamini kwamba imeangaliwa vizuri, na kwamba mwananchi wa pwani naye hata jiona ameachwa upande wa kiuchumi, bali amekumbukwa vile. Na nataka niseme Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa ule muda mchache ambao niko nao, wakati tunapoanza safari kama tuenda mahali na chombo, ala tuko karibu kupanda gari tuenda safari zetu, huwa twasema ewe Mwenyezi Mungu tujalie tufike salama, maana vyombo tunavyosafiria vimetengenezwa na mwanadamu. Nasema hivyo kwa nini? Nasema hii katiba imetengenezwa na mwanadamu, haikutengenezwa na Mungu wala haikuanguka kutoka mbinguni. Hivyo basi haitakosa dosari hapa na pale, kwa sababu ni mwanadamu aliyetengeneza, na mwanadamu mwenyewe si kamili. Basi kwa sababu mwanadamu mwenyewe si mkamilifu, na yeye ndo ametunga hii sheria na tumeletewa mapendekezo haya, tumeyaona hayatakosa kasoro. Nataka kusema hakuna kitu kilichotengenezwa na mwanadamu ambacho hakina kasoro. Basi tuangalie makubwa na madogo. Je, kasoro ni nyingi ama faida tunachopoteza bali ni kufaidika, tunafaidika. Nami nataka kuungana na wenzangu mkono nikisema nitaunga mkono hii katiba mpya mapendekezo iliyoletwa. Asante.
Okay, Senator Chila yako. That's right.
Apologetic to those who are following my debate and could not do so because of the poor connection. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that for avoidance of doubt, I'm fully in support of what my people who sent me to this house would have preferred, and my people are the people of Migori County. But nevertheless, my platform is a national senate in Kenya, and what benefits most Kenyans and all Kenyans also benefit me as an individual and other Kenyans that I represent. My people of Migori in Nyatike sub-county would have preferred another constituency. They have the population, they have the desire, and they were not included. But it's my prayer that in my lifetime they will get an opportunity to have an additional constituency. My people in Kuria West also wanted an additional constituency so that they are represented by one man, one vote as has been the mantra of the populated areas. I heard Senator Ndwiga say so. I believe and agree with him. Those who are supporting this piece of legislation, this amendment to the Constitution, now that they are benefiting, there is a tendency of those who benefit to forget those who may not have benefited at the time of such benefit. So I want to urge our fellow senators whose counties are benefiting to remember those who may not have benefited but merit that benefit. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, the wise and the old have always told us that if you children, you marry. If you are a woman, you get married to a man, and if you are a man, you get married to a woman. As you look for children, and in the days of the past, people used to literally look for children. Those who had difficulty in getting them would go to spiritual leaders to do so. Some would go to certain lengths that there isn't enough time to describe. But we were advised that when you see a pregnant woman and your wife is not pregnant, do not do anything harmful to that pregnant woman, because if you do so, even when the turn of your wife to get pregnant. So I want to support those and the turn of other counties arrive. They will not kick the stomach or the tummy or the wombs of our wives, so that at that time our expectation is aborted or abort. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them that we are people of goodwill, we are people of love and people of patriotism, and I suppose and hope that the same patriotism and goodwill will be extended to us, and not in the future when we'll not be alive, but in the near future when we come to look at the totality of equality of representation. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know that certain functions are devolved, health is devolved, agriculture is devolved, and other activities than up to that. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ndwiga, myself, Senator Kaniri, and other senators, including Senator Orengo, Senator and other senators, had the privilege of representing our constituencies when there was no allocation of any kind to those constituencies. We came to Parliament when our allocation to Parliament was zero, and there was no development at that time in our constituency. We were told that siasa mbaya ni maisha mbaya, so if people voted for you in opposition, you would not get development. Now, Mr. Speaker, we had to carry out development which were public. We had to build secondary, primary schools and dispensaries using our resources, when our personal resources, when our salaries were at that time 23,000 shillings only. Mr. Speaker, we came together and amended the Constitution, introduced Parliamentary Service Commission. We came together and amended the law and introduced, against the will of the executive, CDF, which is Constituency Development Fund. That was the first step towards evolution. And Mr. Speaker, we have since then had tremendous meteoric development in various parts of this country. Many of us may not have been there in Parliament or in Senate, but if you go to the countryside, you will find that we have various schools, standard and good-looking schools for our people to go to school to. Now that there is money being allocated, more money being allocated mashinani to constituencies, to wards and to counties, we who participated in the first step towards devolving resources are happy about. This makes me very happy that more money will be allocated to counties, more money will be allocated to wards, and that will make democracy meaningful to people. The people who are represented at wards, the people who are represented in counties and constituencies, what they vote for is tafadhali enda kwa bunge upigiwe kura na ulete maendeleo. What maendeleo is all about is resources. So this amendment is giving meaning, giving life to the wishes of the public of voting for people to bring development. Development is resources, and this constitution is progressive. This constitution has very many benefits that our people would love. The devolved functions like agriculture. Right now, I was in my village of birth, where we are dependent on sugarcane growing and milling. And my people who visited me in my home were asking me to look for money and have that money given to Sony Sugar Company for expansion of the factory and for payment of farmers who have labored to deliver their cane to the factory. Other people came to me and talked about the need to fund fisheries. All of this will and cannot happen if more resources are not devolved to counties. Yes, there are resources, but they are stuck with the national government. I heard my brother Nduiga praise Munya, the CS for agriculture, for doing something good to coffee, to tea, and other places. We in other parts of the world or other parts of the nation do not want to be at the mercy or at the discretion of a CS. We want to get our devolved money for agriculture by right. We want to determine in Migori, in Uriri sub-county, we have it in Nyatike, we have it in Kuria East and Kuria West in abundance. But we are at the mercy or discretion of the minister. So when money is increased to 35%, if it is taken or X out of what is left at the national stage, then we will use it at our discretion. We do not want to be at the discretion of somebody who is not living in our village. I am sure the Meru people, the Tharaka-Nithi people, and all people in central Kenya would love that money to be allocated to them, so they use it at their discretion and in line with their preferences. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the reasons for which I am wholly in support of the constitutional amendment bill. What I have noticed is that the debate
what's your point of order, Senator Falhada?
Has exposed our underbelly as a
There's
nation.
A point of order.
We are right, and we are very.
There's a point of order.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, last week when I was contributing and I was in my car, you ruled out that no one should be in their bike on their bicycle and the car. And I can see Senator Achila Oyako is contributing through his car, and I don't get it. Is that
okay? Okay, Achila Oyako, if you are in a car, I rule you out of order because that's the direction I gave last week. So you are out of order. Okay. There's a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, first want to Standing Order number 104, I beg to move that the mover be now called to reply.
Okay, honorable senators, I now put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. As men are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As men are of a counter view, say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reply. The Speaker, in replying, I need to recognize all the members, and I mean all, Mr. Speaker, because I know that this is one bill where the contributions have been very emotive, contributions have been exhaustive in terms of the time given to people, Mr. Speaker. Each one spoke for 20 minutes or more, and almost the whole House has spoken. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank every member, every senator who has made their contribution to this very important bill, which is a historic one. As we have said, Mr. Speaker, only once in a long while you have a chance like this, that you are responsible for amending the constitution of your own country in your time as leaders and your time as members of parliament. And so I do wish to thank the people who initiated this process from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, that made it such an important function that it had to be a popular initiative, that it had to belong to the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, also to thank you for your ruling on this matter, that, Mr. Speaker, it belongs to the people of Kenya, and that it's not possible to bring amendments on top of this already. Yes, popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, thank you for that, and I wish
I have not ruled yet.
Oh, I thought you, Mr. Speaker, it was the other speaker who ruled it.
Yeah, I will be ruling.
The speaker has ruled. One speaker I had that is ruling this way. But Mr. Speaker, my issue is that we have a very important function now this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, to ask members, to appeal to members, that let's support this bill. We have spoken onto it. We have said what we wanted to say. We have spoken, our people have heard us, and they know our feelings about this. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to members that this is a time to rise above even those pains or whatever feelings and support this process so that the people of Kenya can go and do the rest by referendum or by any other means, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank members and say this is going to be not the end, but a comma in the process. The process proceeds. The process is going back to the people after the IEBC and the president, and then the IEBC, and then the people. Mr. Speaker, that includes all of us again, because we represent them. So I want to wish everybody I wish everybody should just support it today. Let's have a good voting. Let's support this process and let it move forward. I want to thank you, all of you who made contributions from both sides of the House. I do believe that this is a worthy cause for us to be on the record that we were here when this amendment was done. It's called the BBI. It is building bridges, and that moves us to completely live within that call. Let's live within that call that it is building bridges. And Mr. Speaker, let's use this time to build bridges in Kenya. Let's make sure that people have a shared prosperity, a shared future. Let's make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we support. And I do plead to all members to support. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do reply. Thank you.
Okay, order, senators. I now put the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Remember, voting on this bill is by every senator pursuant to Article 257(8) of the Constitution. I therefore now order the division bell to be rung for 5 minutes, after which we shall have a roll call vote. Okay, want the tellers for the two sides come in. Those who are coming in, please. We want to start the voting. Let's have the tellers. The tellers for the two sides. Okay, okay. We want to start. We want to start. Who are the tellers? Cherarghe is for the no. Okay, who is for the yes? Order, senators. Order, senators. We want to start. Okay. Yes is who? Shiyonga. No is Cherarghe. Okay. We are starting. Okay, okay. Line people, we. Order, take your seats. Senators, take your seats. Take your seats. Leader of minority. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Okay. Okay, let's proceed.
The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading, division, roll call. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma.
Quali vote yes.
Senator Chebeni Masi.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarghe Samson Kiprotich.
Mr. Speaker, is there a microphone? Mr. Speaker, is it on record? Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nandi, and their message is loud and clear, I vote no.
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipkirui.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Kericho have given me firm instruction. They say no to this deception.
Senator Gona Christine Zawadi.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdikadir Mohamed.
Haji. Vote. Vote, yes or no?
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Senator Haji Farhia Ali.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Halake Abshiro Soka.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Hagura Godana.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Iman Falhada Deko.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my county, I vote a big fat no.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal.
Mr. Speaker, hello, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I can hear you.
Specific to
Vote.
Vote.
Senator Inima Gertrude Musuruve.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of PWDs, I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
Mine is so obvious. On behalf of Homa Bay County, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech.
Use this other one.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Murang'a, who got 1 constituency, the people of Nyeri, Nyandarua, Tharaka, who got 0 constituency, fearful of the taxes that we raise to support an enlarged parliament. And cause losses to Murang'a businesses. Urging the government to expect...
Senator, order, Senator. Order, Senator. You have not voted. Vote.
Fearful of...
Order, Senator. Order, Senator. Order, Senator. Order. Order, Senators. Senator Kangata. Order, Senators. You know the whole world is watching us. You spoke. I gave you an opportunity to speak. Vote.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot gag me. Mr. Speaker, I have the right to say the reason why I'm voting. I am voting. Yes. Murang'a got 1 constituency, Kwale got 4. Murang'a, Tharaka-Nithi got 0 constituency. Meru got only 2 when you are giving Kwale 4 constituency. Yes. Why is it that...
Order, Senator. Order.
Nyandarua got 0 constituency.
Order, Senator.
Vote no.
Senator Kasanga Sylvia Mweni. Senator Haniri George.
Online.
Vote yes. Am I on record?
Okay, what's your point of order? Oh, okay, order, out of order. Order, Malala, out of order. Okay. Next. Okay.
Senator
order.
Senator Kibiru Charles.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I have been heard. I vote capital YES, yes.
Senator
Yes.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nakuru County, and cognizant of how badly the economy of Kenya is doing at the moment, knowing that they would really, they have been sold a lie, and knowing that they elected me to stand for the truth and tell them the truth. A country that is paying debts in excess of 1 trillion.
Order, Senator Susan. Susan, order.
On behalf of my people of Nyeri County, I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew.
Where? Mutula, what is this?
We've been heard. We've been heard. Please. Order, Senator Maina. Senator Langat.
On behalf of the great people of Bomet County, I vote no to this particular massive instrument of impunity.
Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Samburu County, who will lose 1.3 billion once this is passed, I vote no.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Meru and on my own behalf,
Senator Ephraim Maina, why don't you take your seats, please?
And recognizing, Mr. Speaker, the impunity that is likely to be extended by passage of this bill, including the threat of being arraigned to court tomorrow for the position I've taken on this bill and being bonded to appear before Chief Magistrate tomorrow, and to maintain my integrity and my position on behalf of the Meru, I vote no.
He's voted. He has voted. Next.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the great people of Lamu, we are not getting any additional constituency, and our allocation is being deducted. And for the future and prosperity of this country, I vote no.
Senator Lokorio Petronila Were.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the women of Kenya, the people of Busia County, and the people of Baringo, I vote yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Kilifi vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with a lot of provision in the bill, but because my county Mandera is getting one extra constituency, I vote yes.
Senator Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
Mr. Speaker, I, Beatrice Kwamboka, for the sake of the Nairobians and the proud woman, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of Kakamega and on behalf of the ANC party, and with the belief that this document is going to enhance equal opportunities among all communities in Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Masitsa Naomi Shionga.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of women of Kenya and the leadership that it has, this document has shown, I vote a big yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga.
Mr. Speaker, Nzoia votes yes.
Senator Omogo George Ochilo Ayako.
Senator Ayako. Senator Ayako, vote. Senator Ayako.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you. Vote, Senator.
Vote yes.
Yes, sir. Next.
He hasn't voted.
He has voted. He voted. Yeah. I heard, yeah. Next.
Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give voice to every Kenyan man who comes to this house, and in support of Bomet member of County Assembly's bombshell, and on behalf of the great people of Bomet County who are gaining 2 new constituencies, I vote yes for BBI.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyamira, having gotten instructions to defend the one constituency coming to Nyamira, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Baringo and with the people of Kenya, and kwa heshima ya Rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga, Musyoka, mtu wetu, Weta,
vote.
Musalia Mudavadi, vote. I vote yes.
Senator Mpayei Philip Salau.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Kajiado, the people of Kajiado, and Kajiado getting 3 constituencies, I vote yes.
Senator Mugo Beth Wamboi.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of Theotic Women of Kenya,
I request that we take our seats, Senators. We are live, huh?
Yes.
Please. Senator Maina, take your seat.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
Pacho here.
Mr. Speaker.
Vote, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County and Baringo County, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of all Kenyans who, Mr. Speaker, believe in independence of judiciary and in defense of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Mr. Speaker, and as I said on behalf of Baringo that was not represented on the floor, I vote no.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Machakos and the people of Kenya, I vote yes to this bill.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have firm instructions by the people of Nyandarua that when I come to this house, I should express their wish, and their wish is that I should vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jonas Mwashushe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the great people of Taita Taveta who are not losing constituencies.
Order, Senator. You know we are live on TV, so let's be a bit orderly.
Senator Mwaura Isaac.
Yes.
To ensure that the people of Ruiru have enough representation and enough resources to the county of Kiambu, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenyehaji Mohamed Faki.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the people of Mombasa and Kenyans in general, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of people of Laikipia, I vote yes.
Senator Nduiga Peter Njero.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nyamunga Ross Ogendo.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I would have suggested that our vote suspending our reasons and our conscience as a House should have preceded this vote. But look, Mr. Speaker, this being a bill of popular initiative, the vote of consequence lies with the House, lies not with the House, but with the registered voters, who shall have their say in the referendum.
Vote.
I exercise my duty on behalf of the county of Narok by passing this bill to the voters. I vote yes.
Senator Omanga Millicent.
On behalf of the sufferers, the hustlers, the marginalized, the people of Northeastern who lose when we use the per capita, on behalf of the taxpayers of Kenya, Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, Wheelbarrow, on behalf of all those hustlers, I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo.
On behalf of the Kisii County and in the farm, believe that the requests are made for Bobasi constituency to be given an additional constituency. I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James.
No, I'm all right. Mr. Speaker, this country was in the wilderness. It took this.
Order, Senator. Order.
You say that we not speak.
Order, Senator Kangata. Senator.
No.
Senator.
You say that we not speak.
Senator Kangata. Senator.
Be fair.
You are pushing me. Order.
Be fair.
Order. Take your seat. Senator
Mr.
Kangata,
Speaker,
take your
sir,
seat.
be fair to me. Be fair to me.
Senator Kangata, take your seat. Order, senators. I know Senator Kangata, order, senators, order. Senator Kangata, I know you are trying to get me through you out. I will not do that. Just relax. Let us finish the vote in a dignified manner. Please, Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, probably the next time we come to vote, we may need an alcohol blow at the entrance. But, Mr. Speaker, I, James Orengo, on behalf of the people of Siaya, and knowing that the philosophy of this bill comes from the handshake, and it took two great statesmen, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno.
On behalf of Kisumu City and its people, and in the belief that I know the two heroes, His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, and the people of Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Pareno Judith Ramaita.
Senator Pareno. Senator Pareno, vote.
Unmute.
Pareno, vote. Take your vote. Yeah, I've seen her.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was on Zoom and my phone was misbehaving. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of Kajiado County, the unity and prosperity of this country, the women at large, I vote yes.
Mute your phone. This technology is bringing a problem.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of West Pokot, and so that the handshake is not in vain, I vote yes.
Senator Prengei Victor.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nairobi City County, home to 43 communities, the biggest victims of violence and the biggest beneficiaries of peace, after receiving 29 constituencies and extra 15 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mary Yane.
Mr. Speaker, I choose to abstain.
Senator Wako Sitwila Emos.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the people, the good people, the patriotic people of Busia County and Kenya generally, taking into account the wise decision of our own joint committee, who, having considered the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 and submissions received thereon, recommended to us that we should pass the bill, I say yes. I vote yes to the bill.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio.
Mr. Speaker, after lengthy and candid conversations with the Wiper Party leader, His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and the top leadership of the Wiper Party that has sponsored me to this Senate, the Speaker, in solidarity with the Sacred Alliance, led by Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, Gideon Moi, and Moses Masika Wetangula, the Speaker, to lead my people of Kitui to show solidarity and stand with the great people of Makueni and Machakos, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Naomi Jilo. Senator wako Naomi Jilo.
Wako with a K. There's a wako with a K and wako with a K.
It's just the same.
Senator wako.
I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma. Senator Wario Golich Juma. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Bungoma, having been a signatory to this process at every stage, and on behalf of the people of Kenya and One Kenya Alliance, I vote yes.
Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure. Senator Kindiki Kithure. Senator Wario Golich Juma.
Order, 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 order. Order, order. Senators, take your seats.
So the ayes are 52 ayes, 12 noes, abstention
1. Okay, honorable senators, these are the results. Abstentions 1, nays 12, ayes 52. Honorable senators,
a bill for an act to amend the constitution by popular initiative.
Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, this is the communication that I want to give now before the committee of the whole, which will sit at 2:30, on whether a bill to amend the constitution pursuant to Article 257 of the Constitution can be amended. Honorable senators, as you are aware, in the course of the debate on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, I have been variously urged by a number of senators to make a ruling on a number of matters which they consider to be pertinent for purposes of guiding the Senate in its disposal of the bill. These requests have come from, among others, Senators Samson Cherargei, Sakaja Johnson, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and Moses Wetangula. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. MP in particular, during the morning sitting of Thursday, 6 May 2021, went so far as to give some advice to the Speaker on the matters that should be contained in such ruling and the authorities that should be cited. It is an invitation which, as a Speaker of the Senate, I promptly declined. At the time, I guided the Senate that the questions on which I was being requested to rule were premature and anticipatory as they had not ripened for determination. Honorable Senators, as you are aware, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 was introduced in Parliament and read a first time in the National Assembly and the Senate on 4th March 2021, pursuant to Articles 257(7) of the Constitution. Pursuant to Standing Order number 141 and 145 of the Senate Standing Orders, the bill was referred to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for consideration. The Standing Committee was mandated to consider the bill jointly with the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs of the National Assembly. The committees tabled a joint report on Wednesday, 28 April 2021 in both Houses of Parliament. As I have indicated, in the course of debate, the second reading questions arose as to whether a bill to amend the Constitution introduced by a popular initiative, such as the one before us, can be amended and resultantly, whether therefore amendments can be proposed and admitted by the Speaker for consideration by the Senate at the Committee of the Whole. The second issue on which I was requested to rule was whether errors of form in the bill could be corrected, and if so, the stage at which this could be done. Honorable Senators, I am of the view, having considered all circumstances, that these two questions, while they are novel, insofar as the consideration of a Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill by popular initiative is unprecedented in the Senate, they are not so complex as to require the kind of detailed or lengthy ruling that I was invited to pronounce. Honorable Senators, as you further aware, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 was prepared and processed pursuant to Article 257 of the Constitution as a bill to amend the Constitution by a way of popular initiative. With regard to the consideration of the bill by Parliament, Article 257(7), 8, 9, 10 of the Constitution provides as follows, and I quote, "If a draft bill has been approved by a majority of the county assemblies, it shall be introduced in Parliament without delay." B, a bill under this article is passed by Parliament if supported by a majority of the members of each House. C, if Parliament passes the bill, it shall be submitted to the President for assent in accordance with Article 256(4) and 5. 10. If A, the House of Parliament fails to pass the bill or the bill relates to a matter specified in Article 255(1), the proposed amendment shall be subjected to the people in a referendum. From the foregoing, the questions raised by the honorable senators emanate from the fact that Article 257 of the Constitution, which is the only article of the Constitution governing the amendment of the Constitution by a popular initiative, does not expressly pronounce itself on whether Parliament, in considering the bill, may or may not amend it. This position is markedly different from the position accrued by the former Constitution of Kenya, which was hence immediately preceded the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. This former Constitution provided Article 47(4) as follows: when a bill for an act of Parliament to alter this Constitution has been introduced into the National Assembly, no alteration shall be made in it before it is presented to the President for assent, except alterations which are certified by the Speaker to be necessary because of the time that has elapsed and since the bill was first introduced into the Assembly. No corresponding provision was imported into the Constitution of Kenya 2010 in respect of constitutional amendment by popular initiative, and that matter even in respect of amendments by parliamentary initiative. Honorable Senators, it's noteworthy that when considering this question, the joint sittings of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights found that Article 94 of the Constitution vests the legislative authority of the Republic in Parliament, and that Parliament has the mandate to take any legislative action in appropriate circumstances required to ensure that a constitutional amendment initiated under Article 257 of the Constitution achieves the objectives so as to prevent the sovereignty of the people as guaranteed under Article 1 of the Constitution. This finding is profound. It is a recognition that while Parliament, pursuant to Article 94(3) of the Constitution, represents the will of the people and exercises their sovereignty, the extent of Parliament's powers is not unlimited. Parliament, I'll repeat that, represents the will of the people and exercises their will, sovereignty. The extent of Parliament's powers is not unlimited. Parliament, like all other state organs, is bound by the national values and principles of all other state organs. Is bound by the principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution when applying or interpreting the Constitution or enacting, applying or interpreting any law. The Constitution itself has also provided for the manner of its interpretation at Article 259. Clause 1, whereof provides that the Constitution shall be interpreted in a manner that A, promotes its purposes, values, and principles, 2, advances the rule of law and the human rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights, C, permits the development of the law, and D, contributes to good governance. Honorable Senators, a bill to amend the Constitution by way of popular initiative is one that emanates from members of the public and is required to be supported by at least 1 million registered voters. The bill represents the initiatives of the promoters regarding provisions which they wish to amend in order to address specific concerns or issues in the Constitution. This is a route taken by citizens who are fully aware and have foregone the route of seeking constitutional amendments by a parliamentary initiative. It is a route taken by citizens who recognize that pursuant to Article 1 of the Constitution, all sovereign power belongs to the people directly or through their democratically elected representatives. I am persuaded that a proper construction of the Constitution leads us to the conclusion that Parliament's delegated power to exercise the sovereignty of the people by representing their will does not and cannot extend to subverting, altering, or substituting that will with its own wisdom, whether the people have unequivocally expressed themselves. Honorable Senators, subjecting a bill to amend the Constitution by way of popular initiative to amend by the Senate risks altering or substituting the intentions of the promoters of the bill with those of the Senate, and hence the overall output of the process may be a bill containing provisions that were neither contemplated nor designed by its promoters. This is particularly so because if the Senate can amend one clause of the bill, it can amend two clauses of the bill. And if the Senate can amend two clauses of the bill, then it can amend all the clauses of the bill, resulting in a bill that is unrecognizable from the one that was submitted to the Senate by its promoters. Can such a resulting bill still be said to be a bill by a popular initiative? Honorable Senators, in light of the foregoing and supported by the findings of the committees, there is need to protect the sovereign will of the people. Indeed, the committees of the two houses which consider this bill found at paragraph 364 that pursuant to Article 257(10) of the Constitution, Parliament cannot replace or usurp the people's views on a popular initiative with its own, and that the ultimate authority regarding a popular initiative bill rests with the people. I agree. I therefore rule, in respect to the specific questions asked, that an amendment may be made to the provisions of a bill to amend the Constitution by way of a popular initiative in the Senate. The Senate has the option of either passing or rejecting the bill in toto in accordance with Article 257(8) of the Constitution. Following from these findings, I decline to approve the notices of proposed amendments to the bill at the committee stage submitted to my office by Senator for Murang'a County, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP, Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, the nominated Senator, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP, and the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei. The question then arises whether the Senate still proceeds to the Committee of the Whole on the BBI, on the bill, and if so, the manner in which the committee stage is to be transacted. The Committee of the Whole is a mandatory stage for the constitution of any bill. A bill for an amendment of the Constitution by popular initiative is no exception. The committee stage is the forum at which the Senate is able to consider the bill clause by clause in a detailed manner. As senators are aware, the procedure in the Committee of the Whole is less rigid than that of the Senate in plenary and permits any senator to speak to any clause, including speaking more than once to a question proposed. The only difference will be that the deliberations in the Committee of the Whole, including contributions by individual senators, can only be geared towards the acceptance or rejection of the bill as a whole. All the clauses and the schedules will accordingly be read out and proposed as is standard procedure in the Committee of the Whole, but only one question will be put, which shall be that the clauses, the schedules, and the title be part of the bill. Senators will then be expected to vote either yes or no or abstain. The bill is a whole and not any particular clause or part of the bill on its own. Honorable Senators, one final matter remains, which is the question whether formal errors may be corrected, and if so, the manner of such corrections. This matter is to be approached cautiously because the device of correction must not be subterfuge for substantive amendments to the bill through the back door. Indeed, on this, the committees found that Parliament's legislative action includes correcting any errors of form or typographical errors that do not go to the substance of the bill and that bring drafting harmony to the bill. That's paragraph 365. Standing Order number 162 provides for the custody of the bills and process after passage of a bill, although, as I have indicated earlier on this communication, no specific provisions exist in our standing orders on the processing of a constitutional amendment by a popular initiative. I am of the view and I rule that invoking Articles 10 and 259 of the Constitution and applying Standing Order number 1, requiring the Speaker to decide all matters that are not expressly provided for by the standing orders, it is appropriate that the speakers of parliament correct formal errors or oversights without changing the substance of the bill before certification of the bill and submission to the president. This would apply to those types of errors which the committees found as inadvertent errors in the copies of the bill, which were typographical in nature and which did not affect the substance of the bill. The Senate is accordingly guided. I thank you. What's your point of order, Senator Mutula Jr.?
Mr. Speaker, before you finish your communication, you had mentioned something about the third reading. Mr. Speaker, I wish we could stop the sun. We can't. I wish we could stop the lunch hour. We can't. But we are ready to vote for the third reading. I'm proposing to you, under Standing Order number 31 and 1, that you call the third reading committee of the whole so that we can vote and leave this chamber after finishing this business together, Mr. Speaker. Owing to its momentous position in what we are doing today, Mr. Speaker, I don't see the reason why we should take a lunch break before we finish the vote, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, you can use your discretion to do so that we can finish this business. When we come in the afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we resume with the business that is in the order paper and related to the constitutional amendment bill. Thank you.
Hold on. I'm not under hostage. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Before I adjourn, I just want to remind you that there will be another vote. There will be another vote in the afternoon. Honorable senators, it's now time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 2:30 p.m., which is Tuesday anyway.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in my many years in Parliament, many years in Parliament, I would encourage, from my own experience, that each senator has got his own self-worth. And when you sit or come before the Senate as a parliamentarian, you have your own self-worth. And me, I can never be intimidated in my political life. Can never be intimidated. Because I've seen many people come and go. I've seen many powerful people come and go. I've seen presidents come here and go. I have seen people who, on their word, you would leave this house and you'll be locked in the same day. They have come and gone. I have seen very respected women in this country like Grace Onyango, who was in the committee for the special investigations relating to the disappearance of JM. Yeah. And that made me very proud, because those days there were very few women. And she stood firm. She was required to change a report of the National Assembly. And she stood firm. So I want to plead with you. I want to plead with you. We got a heavy task. And if people out there feel you can be intimidated and you've been brought to this house with all the powers that we have, including the trial of a governor, imagine next time that you may have a motion for the trial of the president. Will you be intimidated? So I urge you, for the future of this country, in the performance of your constitutional duties, never be intimidated. And if my day comes, I'll accept it. If my day comes, I'll accept it. But my conscience, the way I've been brought up, my conscience, I will never sell it. I will never. Because I know men and women, like the late Serenoi, one of the most brilliant lawyers. He could have lived longer as a parliamentarian. But for his standing for the truth, we are now enjoying some of the privileges. Let us think of these people who sacrificed so much. And in Parliament, people like quoting Martin Luther King, said so much. There's another famous French philosopher whom we like, that you may have the right of word to, I may disagree with you, by Voltaire, but I'll defend you to death for your right to say it. It's so beautiful when you say it, but when that moment comes, we speak a different language. So me, I want to say today, in defense of what we are supposed to do, that however much I disagree with you, but if you are being violated and I've sworn to defend the Constitution of this country, however much we disagreed, I'll stand up to defend you. I also expect you as a patriot, that's why the word patriot is there in Article 10, that you'll defend me. So let us not behave as a nation of beasts, or we live in the animal world. Let us be men of honor and distinction. Men and women of distinction. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to second.
Even as we amend this constitution, let us look at possible ways in which we can allow Parliament to interrogate and...
Order, senators. Order. Respect the House. Cherargei, you have become so nomadic. Please try to, whatever you are doing, we may need to know. Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows, that it is important in future, Mr. Speaker, when we shall have another opportunity to amend the law, let us give Parliament powers, Mr. Speaker, to amend and correct the inconsistencies of a bill that is brought before this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble submission that in future, even before the bill goes for signatures, Mr. Speaker, let the bill come through this House. Let us do all the amendments that we are supposed to do before we go to collect signatures and subsequently go to the county assembly, so that we have an opportunity as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we exercise our powers as enshrined in the Constitution under Article 94 of the current Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to why we support this document as a party. One, because of the aspect of devolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a product of devolution. I was first elected as a member of County Assembly. I became the Deputy Speaker for Kakamega County Assembly. And here I am, the Senator representing the people of Kakamega. And therefore...
What's your point of order, Senator Linturi?
Mr. Speaker, I've had a lot of interest for a long time in following up the debate from my good friend Senator Malala, but I'm lost because I'm not able to follow him up clearly, because in this chamber we are discussing the Constitutional Amendment Bill, supposed to give us ideas of opinion about us, a member of Parliament. I've even opened the Constitution under Article 96 on the role of the Senate. So, having listened to him, the position he is advancing before this House is that position of a political party. Is he in order, Mr. Speaker, to come push for a position of a political party, or is supposed to debate this bill as a member of Parliament representing the people of Kakamega, and not a political position, a political party position?
Mr. Speaker, I wonder why some people call themselves learned friends, Mr. Speaker. We are in this House, Mr. Speaker,
Senator,
elected by the...
Senator, don't impute improper motive on a colleague.
Mr. Speaker, I was elected in this House by the people of Kakamega through a political party. Even when it comes to voting on the floor of this House, we are whipped based on our political parties. And therefore, it is not a crime for me to come and make submissions and elaborate the position of my party. I am a member of ANC, and I will still remain a member of ANC.
Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, since I've settled down, I remember, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled before that we should desist bringing party issues to the floor of the House. And on many occasions, you have ruled us out of order when we have raised issues based on party issues. So is Senator Malala in order to bring party issues before the floor of the House? Yes, she should be just debating on the issues that concerns the constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senators. I think let us not divert attention. It is not bad from making his views and occasionally referring to his party, which brought him here, but it should not overemphasize the aspect of the party. Okay, proceed. What is your point of intervention, Senator Murang'a?
I agree and sympathize with your position, Mr. Speaker. Only that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, only to, I don't know if my friend Senator Malala is in order to spend a lot of time praising ANC of late, Mr. Speaker. It's a phenomenon that has come in the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in the past, it was more focused on most of the time talking about NASA or ODM. Mr. Speaker, if he can just focus on the issues, it will save him a lot of comparison, Mr. Speaker, from his past life.
Honorable Senators, you know, people have different ways of surviving. So. So Senator Malala is surviving. He knows what he's doing. So let us allow him to proceed. Senator Malala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you realize that most of these members who are uneasy with me taking a party position do not have a definite political party at the moment, Mr. Speaker. That is why they are envious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was making my submission as to why I, the senator of Kakamega, elected on an ANC party, is supporting the BBI, Mr. Speaker. And my focal attention was drawn on the fact that this document provides that we are going to strengthen devolution in the sense that the resources that are now going to go to our counties are going to be increased. Mr. Speaker, our counties have been surviving with a mere 15%, and sometimes even less, Mr. Speaker. But this document has provided for a 35% provision, Mr. Speaker, whereby county governments will gain in a very big way, Mr. Speaker, when this bill is passed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we pass this bill, it is also important, Mr. Speaker, to remind the players of devolution that giving you 35% is not enough, that the solutions of the problems facing our counties will not be achieved when we pass this bill. Yes, we are giving you 35%, but it is important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governments, Mr. Speaker, to use this money appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments misusing and misappropriating funds, Mr. Speaker. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in this dispensation, we've had so many cases of impeachments, Mr. Speaker. And it is not, Mr. Speaker, our role as Senate, Mr. Speaker, is first to defend devolution. But we need to ensure that the monies that go to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, are well spent, Mr. Speaker. This brings me back to what I saw in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker. When we were converging in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, ganged up and insisted that the Constituency Development Fund must be in the Constitutional Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to blame ourselves because, Mr. Speaker, we were unable to ensure that the oversight fund is encapsulated in this document, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to know that most of the senators are unable to conduct their oversight roles in the county assembly, in the county governments, because they lack the infrastructure and the monetary muscle, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they oversight the county governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a county like Kakamega, Kakamega is a very vast county.
I can see a point of intervention from Cherargei.
Hey. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to say, because, and then I'm the Chair Emeritus of JLAC, we did draft submissions that were presented by the then Deputy Speaker, Professor Kithure Kindiki, in KICC before the BBI Secretariat. Is it in order for the Honorable Senator and leader of Kakamega delegation to tell this House that the Senate did not make their position known, yet we did submit upon your directions before the BBI Secretariat? Is it in order to mislead when people are taking chai and mandazi in Naivasha to refer that it was a serious forum? Is it in order?
Mr. Speaker, I think we have various ways of achieving.
There is another intervention, Senator Malala, from Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a House of Record, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Malala, who is my good friend, is creating an impression before the House that in Naivasha, when members of National Assembly were agitating for CDF, that we never agitated for an oversight fund for the Senate. But everybody who was in Naivasha, and I have senators around me here, will confirm that we did make presentation, and I'm the one who spoke on behalf of senators, that the oversight fund should be included in the constitution amendment bill. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that whereas the position of the MPs was taken on board and included in the proposed amendments to Article 206A, the position of the Senate was not taken on board. So it is misleading, Mr. Speaker, to state that the senators did not agitate. I think the correct position should be, Mr. Speaker, that we did put forth our position, but the drafters of this bill, for reasons that we don't know, opted to take on board the position of members of National Assembly, but left out the request that was put forth by the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, if you read the BBI report, my name appears on page 166 as one of the members of Parliament who made a detailed representation before the BBI task force. So you should not be left to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I know we are cautious, as we should be, of COVID. But my good chairman, Senator Omogeni, is doing us a great disservice. We love hearing his contribution, but when he wears 5 masks, you know, he's muffled. He's muffled, we can't hear his voice. And I am sure he had a good point. Could you just assure him to reduce at least even 3 and use 1 so that we can hear him when he's speaking? I've had nothing at all, Mr. Speaker. And he's a senior counsel. Don't deny us the benefit of hearing you, Senator Mogeni.
Okay, but at least he has spoken. You're saying is the 1 mask is enough. It's like closing your eyes at night.
I'm just wearing 2, not 5.
Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows that it is important that the 35% of the resources that we shall be pumping to the county governments must be used appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments, and I will not mention names today. We've seen county governments which have not fulfilled their promises since they were inaugurated in 2017, and others even in 2013. Mr. Speaker, we have seen governors being brought before the CPIC committee and being brought here for impeachment, Mr. Speaker, having very grave allegations, Mr. Speaker, on misuse of public funds. And therefore, we want to give them notice, Mr. Speaker, that the 35% that we are taking to the counties is not money meant for corruption, is not money meant for accumulation of wealth, Mr. Speaker. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governors to know that we have fought for this 35%, and the 35% is meant to help the Mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prioritization of county projects is very key, Mr. Speaker. We have seen governments and county governments which prioritize only brick and mortar development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, county governments are unable to initiate projects which are going to stimulate our respective economies at the county level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen counties which have tried coming up with cottage industries, but other counties, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very specific on this issue, Mr. Speaker. When you come to Kakamega County, Mr. Speaker, since 2013, we have no single flagship project which was launched and is functioning at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, as we take the 35% to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, we ensure as senators, we ensure that the county governments use the money in the appropriate way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm alive of the fact that
tulikuwa tumetest. Good morning. Welcome to this live broadcast. This is a sitting of the Senate. The Senate today is resuming officially after a break. Today being the 11th of May 2021. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Kamchemenza. This morning in the Senate chambers, a number of bills will be read for the first time. The bills include the coffee bill, Senate Bills number 22 over 2020. Another bill that will be read for the first reading this morning is the Natural Resources Bill, Benefit Sharing Bill, the Senate Bill number 25 of 2020. We also have the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2020, which also will be read for the first time in the Senate chambers. There is also the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2021. Another bill that will be read for the first, will go through the first reading in the Senate chambers is the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of the 2011. We also have the County Vocational Education and Training Senate Bills number 6 and 20 of 2021, which will also go through the first reading in the Senate chambers this morning. The Senate this morning will also be hearing for the second reading the Constitutional of Kenya Amendment Bill. This is a resumption of the debate that was interrupted on Thursday, 6th May 2021 in the afternoon sitting. Remember, this debate of this particular bill began last week, but the Senate did not conclude during special sittings. And today, the Senate has resumed officially and will be carrying on with that particular debate. And maybe vote as the day goes by. After debating completely, and of course, getting opinions of all the members in the Senate. The bill on basic education, which is expected to be read for the first time in the Senate chambers, is a bill that seeks to amend the Basic Education Act to ensure that school-going children in Kenya, there is some activity at the entrance of the Senate. As you can see, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, has just entered the chambers. I will now hand you over to the live broadcasting of this program. This is in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Welcome. My name is Kamchemenza.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Morning.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you from a very busy recess period. We commence part 3 of the 5th session of the Senate, which looking at the order paper will be equally busy. In accordance with the standing orders of the Senate, this part begins today and will run until 5th June 2021. On Wednesday, 5th May 2021, the Parliament of Kenya had the honor to host Her Excellency Honorable Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. In her speech, Her Excellency emphasized the fundamental principles of strengthening relations between Kenya and Tanzania based on cooperation, development, and unity of purpose. Pursuant to Standing Order number 26.3, read together with Standing Order number 24.6, the Senate Majority Leader will shortly lay on the table of the Senate Her Excellency's address to the two houses of Parliament and give a notice of motion for the Senate to debate the address and express its thanks. Today we resume debate on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, which is currently at the second reading stage. Contributions in debate will continue to be guided by Standing Order number 1064, where each senator shall have a maximum of 20 minutes when speaking, and part 17 of the standing orders which respect to rules of debate shall apply. After conclusion of debate at the second reading stage and a division has been taken, I will issue a ruling from the chair before proceeding to the next stage, which is the committee of the whole stage, to guide the Senate on the question of amendments to the bill. We have outstanding business across the spectrum of legislative business, bills, motions, petitions, and statements before the Senate. There are 12 bills scheduled for first reading, 12 bills at the second reading stage, and 1 bill due for the committee of the whole stage. There are further 21 bills which are undergoing the resolution process pursuant to Article 110(3) of the Constitution. In this respect, I urge relevant standing committees to table reports on the bills to facilitate speedy processing, especially considering that quite a number of the bills have been republished in line with the judgment of the High Court in Constitutional Petition number 284 of 2019. There are 51 petitions which are yet to be reported on by respective standing committees that require immediate action, while statements referred to respective committees also require to be addressed pursuant to the standing orders. Honorable Senators, finally, I urge you to remain committed and focused and to undertake the tasks ahead of us with utmost integrity in service to our great country. I thank you and wish you all a fruitful session. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
I will defer petitions to our next sitting. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. Today, Tuesday, 11th May 2021. Hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, akihutubia kikao cha pamoja cha Bunge la Seneti na Bunge la Taifa la Jamhuri ya Kenya, Nairobi, tarehe 5 Mei 2021. Number 2, response of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources of the East African Legislative Assembly on the budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector. Number 3, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution of the East Africa Legislative Assembly on the progress made by the East African Community on the development of its common foreign and security policies. Number 4, budget of the East African Community for the financial year 2021. 5, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2020. 6, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2020. 7, report of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning to Parliament on new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st September 2020 to 31st March 2021. And finally, report of the County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2019-2020. I thank you.
Order, Senators. Honorable Senators, Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act states that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall submit to Parliament every 4 months a report of the loans made to the national government entities and county governments in accordance with Article 211(2) of the Constitution. Further, Section 31(3) of the Public Finance Management Act provides that, and I quote, at the end of every 4 months, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit a report to Parliament stating the loan balances brought forward, carried downwings, and amortizations on new loans obtained from outside Kenya or denominated in foreign currency, and such other information as may be prescribed by regulations specifying A, the names of the parties to the loan, B, the amount of the loan and the currency in which it is expected and in which it is payable. The terms and conditions of the loan, including interest and other charges payable and the terms of repayment. D, the amount of the loan advanced at the time the report is submitted. And E, the purpose for which the loan was used and perceived benefits of the loan, and such other information as the Cabinet Secretary may consider appropriate. Honorable Senators, the Senate Majority Leader has tabled the report of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning to Parliament on new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st September 2020 to 31st March 2021. The report stands committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. I urge the committee to examine the report and advise the Senate appropriately. I thank you. Okay, another paper to be laid. Senator Cheruiyot.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 11th of May 2021. This is a report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Salaries and Remunerations Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 31 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of Majority. Yes, what's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
I thought, Mr. Speaker, there was a petition you were supposed to read. I had a specific interest on it, or we have rescheduled.
I deferred the petition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following motion debate on the address to Parliament by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, that pursuant to Standing Order 24.6, the thanks of the Senate be recorded for the address to Parliament by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, delivered on Wednesday, 5th May 2021.
Senator Msurve, your notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I seek to give notice of a motion on provision of colostomy bags to colon cancer patients and survivors in county hospitals. That aware that the colon is part of the digestive system with a major role in the absorption of water, minerals, and elimination of waste. Further aware that colon cancer, which is on the rise, causes serious blockage of the colon that may necessitate removal of parts of the colon, the entire colon, or the rectum. Cognizant that persons who have gone through ileostomy, colostomy, and urostomy need to use colostomy bags to empty their waste for the rest of their lives post-surgery. Concerned that urine bags, adult diapers, artificial breasts, colostomy or ileostomy bags are not listed as goods exempt from tax or zero rated in the first and second schedules of the VAT Act 2013, and therefore attract 16% value added tax and customs duty. Acknowledging that Article 43(1) of the Constitution of Kenya states that everyone has a right to the highest attainable standards of health, and health is a devolved function, and therefore under the mandate of the county governments. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon the Ministry of Health in partnership with the Council of Governors to 1. Create and maintain a register of all the colon cancer patients and survivors in county hospitals, including the biodata of the histology of the patients. 2, provision of colostomy bags for those who are permanent users. 3, include the purchase of palliative care products in the health budgets of all county governments. 4, ensure all county hospitals stock these palliative care products to enable increased access and lower commercial prices. And finally, 5, engage the Treasury and Kenya Revenue Authority to waive taxes on long-term health consumables such as colostomy bags, prostheses, and others in the upcoming budgetary cycle to ease the burden on cancer patients and survivors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Good. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
I defer all the statements to next Tuesday. Next order.
Happy bills. Order number 8, the coffee bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation, development and promotion of the coffee industry and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish a system of benefit sharing in natural resource exploitation between resource exploiters, the national government, county governments, and local communities, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Health Act to enhance the functions of the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Basic Education Act and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 7(3)(b) of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenya Sign Language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d), to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings, and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the County Vocational Education and Training Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the establishment of systems for the administration of training in vocational education and training within a county and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 14, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading, resumption of debate.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, maybe before Senator Dulo proceeds with her contribution, there was a small matter that we had submitted some amendments, myself and other colleagues. So you
order, Senator Cherargei. I already made a communication on that. I'll be giving a communication.
Oh, you'll be giving the ruling?
Yes, the ruling.
Okay, that is just, I just sought a clarification, and I don't think it is an offense. Why are other people becoming speaker and you're the only speaker?
No, they are reacting because I mentioned it and I thought everybody had, including yourself, Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to contribute to this amendment bill, and from onset, personally, as a representative of Isiolo County, I am supporting the bill. And Mr. Speaker, my reason of supporting bill is that actually this is a historic moment in our country, Mr. Speaker. And for me, it is normally very important to be on the positive side of the history making than to be on the negative side. Mr. Speaker, I have participated a lot, actually, before various stakeholders, as far as this bill is concerned, when the report of BBI was released. As PPG of Parliament, we had several sessions with the Secretariat of BBI. We managed to present our issues as the counties that are affected by the outcome of this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, we have raised several concerns as far as the bill is concerned, and we managed to achieve some of it, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to state one of the issues that we raised as the counties that are going to be affected, especially on the revenue allocation, Mr. Speaker, the issue of increasing the number of years, especially for the equalization fund, from 10 years to 20 years, which we managed to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we also managed, because there was a proposal to scrap some of the constituencies within our counties, and we managed to save some of the counties, although I know, looking at the record of the census, some people say Isiolo County is one of the counties, Isiolo South is one of the counties, constituencies that were saved. But as far as 2019 census is concerned, Mr. Speaker, Isiolo County has a population of 98,000 people, which clearly means we have not been saved. But there are several counties, even from the ones that benefited from the constituencies, that have been saved as a result of our engagement. And I think that is something worth to note. Again, I sat in the joint committee of both houses. Mr. Speaker, we looked at this bill, and there were a lot of issues, especially on the errors that we found out concerning the bill. But we had engaged consultants, and I'm sure the previous speakers have mentioned about this. We looked at these errors, and most of them, they were not substantive errors that affect actually the bill itself. And we agreed as a committee that instead of introducing an amendment, because this is not our bill, it's a popular initiative bill, we should not carry out an amendment, and that is what we agreed as a committee. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we agreed that we should have a report that actually point out all the issues that were raised in that particular bill that affects various implementation and various stakeholders, and we managed to capture each and every concerns that affect various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, it's really hard in a constitution or making or any bill to satisfy everybody. Equally, 2010 Constitution, it has its own challenges, Mr. Speaker, because we didn't actually capture all the issues, and that is why we are having this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that we manage to capture the most important concerns and the things that are really affecting certain stakeholders. We should be able to make recommendations and make sure that they have been implemented. If not now, maybe in future, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, actually one of the errors in the bill is the change of cabinet secretary to cabinet minister, which was actually appearing in the whole constitution. And it was hard to amend that particular word, because if it means we amend the bill, the bigger part of the constitution still will have cabinet secretary. So we thought it's not good for us to amend, but we should be able to make recommendation. Mr. Speaker, one of the good things that I really feel that we achieved as a House is the revenue increase to 35%. I know this is a matter that this Senate had been fighting for a very long time. Although severally from the last Senate to current Senate, we had been shortchanged by the governors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is important, though I know there is a challenge of implementation because of the current situation we have in the world and also in the country. Increasing revenue from 15 to 35 is an improvement. It's also something that Senate was fighting for a very long time. It's an achievement for us. I know some of our counties might not majorly benefit from that, but I remember when we had a revenue allocation formula in this House, we really fought so hard. And I thank the members who supported us, especially Nairobi, Kakamega, and the rest. When some of us were losing, those counties supported us. And I'm really proud that a county like Isiolo, we managed to receive an increase of 560 million, which is an achievement. I know that the increase of the revenue to 35% for us might not be that high, but currently we are not losing any revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 203, which I have an issue with, and which we presented as PPG and the rest of the counties that are affected, especially the 7 counties. Mr. Speaker, this is a formula that was introduced in support of the ideologies that were raised here, 1 man, 1 shilling, which I think implementation of the same might be impractical. But I think this formula, if it is actually implemented, it's going to affect certain counties. But the committee, the joint committee made a recommendation, and I think even when we made, when we passed the revenue allocation formula, there was a principle this House developed that no county should lose revenue allocation. And I think that is principle I believe this House should hold once this bill is changed. And the committee also made a recommendation, if any county will be affected, Mr. Speaker, the government should cushion those counties that will be affected as a result of that particular provision. And Mr. Speaker, if that happens and some counties end up losing revenue allocation, Mr. Speaker, devolution will be affected in most of our counties. Mr. Speaker, in the last formula, I remember the issue of the land mass was not looked at properly. Because if you will only focus on population and leave out land, because some of us, we have vast land where you travel over 300 kilometers to get service delivery. It affects also budgetary allocation, and that should have been considered. But unfortunately, in the last revenue allocation, that has not been considered, and it's something that we need to look at it in future. Mr. Speaker, even in the formula, population census, some counties like Isiolo County, we have a lot of issues, especially matters affecting boundary disputes. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we've been fighting with our neighbors just because of interference with the boundaries. And that affected census in 2019. Because some counties were counted, some individuals were counted to the neighboring counties or in the areas that we had contestation. And we lost a lot. This is a matter that we have really presented to the government to try and solve boundary dispute issues that is affecting also our population. I remember Senator Mutula Kilonzo coming up with a bill to look at the boundary issues, but unfortunately some interested parties made sure that bill doesn't go through. And I'm still appealing that development and also so many other factors will be affected if boundary issues are not resolved in this country, Mr. Speaker. So I think that is something we'll continue fighting on to make sure that there is sanity is brought back to our counties. Mr. Speaker, the other point I wanted to contribute to is the matter of constituencies. Matter of constituencies we have discussed at several lengths. Mr. Speaker, we have even made presentations. There were some counties that are left out as far as allocation of those constituencies are concerned. For example, if I may actually bring out the issue of Isiolo North, Mr. Speaker, looking at the figures that we have, Isiolo North, we should have had an extra constituency, but that was left out. And I think we have to really look at these issues of constituency critically. IEBC raised a lot of concern. We had a very lengthy discussion on the same, Mr. Speaker. The issues of constituency is going to affect service deliveries in most of our counties that are left out. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to the relevant authorities that something needs to be done as far as constituencies are concerned. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I wish to support the bill, and I hope the recommendation by the committee, which is actually a very huge document and very important recommendations that the committee made as far as the issues are concerned, will be implemented even when this bill is going to be passed by this House and also during referendum. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwenye Haji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa marekebisho ya katiba ambao umeletwa katika bunge la Senate. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuwapongeza waasisi wa mswada huu kwa kutupa fursa ya kuweza kurekebisha katiba yetu wakati ambapo tuna amani wala hatuna msukosuko wote katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba yetu katika kifungu cha kwanza inasema kwamba uwezo umepewa wananchi ambao watakana utekelezwe kulingana na katiba. Nguvu zote zimerejeshwa kwa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao nguvu zile atakana zitekelezwe kulingana na katiba inavyoamrisha. Kifungu cha pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, inasema kwamba hakuna mtu ama taasisi yoyote ya kiserikali ambayo inaweza kutekeleza majukumu yote isipokuwa iwe imeruhusiwa na katiba hii. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba ndio mwanzo wa kila kitu katika sheria zetu. Ndio tukiangalia kifungu cha 94 kwamba uwezo wa kutunga sheria umekabidhiwa bunge katika kutekeleza ama kutunga sheria zozote ambazo ziko katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna taasisi yoyote nje ya bunge ambayo ina uwezo wa kutunga sheria kitaifa isipokuwa bunge letu la kitaifa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kutazama marekebisho haya ni jukumu la bunge kuangalia kwa undani kabisa, kwa sababu hatuwezi kupuuza ama kukataa kutekeleza jukumu letu. Mheshimiwa Spika, vifungu ambavyo vinaangazia marekebisho ya katiba vinaanza kifungu cha 255 mpaka 257. Mheshimiwa Spika, kifungu cha 257 kinazungumzia kubatilisha ama kurekebisha katiba kupitia kwa ile ambayo inaitwa popular initiative ama kupitia kwa wananchi wenyewe binafsi. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kifungu cha 257 inasema kwamba ikiwa moja kati ya nyumba mbili za bunge zitakataa kupitisha katiba hii na vile marekebisho haya, na vile vile marekebisho yanaingiliana na kifungu ambacho kimetajwa 255(1), basi marekebisho haya yatakuwa lazima yapelekwe katika kura ya wananchi, yani kura ya ndio, kwa Kiingereza wanaita referendum. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo tutapitisha ama tutakataa, ni lazima marekebisho haya yaende kwa wananchi kupitia kwa kura ya maoni, kwa sababu ni mambo ambayo tunataka kurekebisha, ni mambo ambayo yanaingia katika msingi wa bunge. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama bunge tuna jukumu muhimu katika swala hili, na ningependa kusema pia kwamba katika kurekebisha hii, kufanya haya marekebisho, ni lazima kama bunge ambalo ndio taasisi inayotunga sheria katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, ichunguze yale marekebisho kuhakikisha kwamba yanaambatana na sheria, na iwapo hayaambatani na katiba tuweze kuyarekebisha ili tuweze kuwa na katiba ambayo inaambatana na ile katiba ambayo iko sasa. Hatuwezi kusema kwamba bunge liwe kama mshangiliaji katika marekebisho haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikienda sasa katika yale marekebisho yanayotakikana, ni kwamba lengo na madhumuni ni malengo mazuri. Kwa mfano, lengo la
What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli kuwa ndugu yangu Senator wa Mombasa, Senator Faki, anasema ya kwamba bunge iko na uzito ya kufanya marekebisho. Kwa mdomo mwingine anasema ya kwamba bunge hata isipopitisha ama iangushe lazima iende katika kura ya maoni. Anatuchanganyisha hapo. Ningependa aweze kuwa kinaga ubaga anaposema swala la kusema bunge liko na uzito na inaweza rekebisha, na anasema kwa upande mwingine bunge hata isipopitishwa lazima itaenda katika kura ya maoni. Ningependa aseme kwa kinaga ubaga kwa sababu ananichanganyisha.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Senator.
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, Senator Sakaja. Kuna hoja ya nidhamu hapa.
Bwana Spika, bunge la Senate liko na kanuni, na kuchanganyishwa sio hoja. Kanuni zetu zinasema wazi ya kwamba kama yule ambaye anazungumza amekiuka sheria au kanuni za Senate, yule ambaye anajaribu kumkosoa lazima aseme ni kipenge kipi ambacho amekiuka. Isiwe tu kwa sababu ukubaliani unaleta hoja la mjadala. Bwana Spika, unakumbuka wiki iliyopita vile nilikuwa natoa hoja zangu, karibu dakika 20 zilichukuliwa na watu ambao hawakubaliani. Si ati kulikuwa na jambo ambapo nilikuwa nimekiuka kanuni, lakini kwa sababu walikuwa hawakubaliani na mjadala, na hilo ni hoja la mjadala. So Bwana Spika, tafadhali ningeomba ya kwamba ili Mheshimiwa Faki ama yule mwingine ambaye atakuwa anachangia endelee kwa mswada huu, instead of badala ya kusimama kutoa hoja ya mjadala kwa sababu kubaliana naye, wacha amaliza afu utapata nafasi ulete mjadala wako. Lakini hii kila saa kusimama kusema hoja lakini kwa sababu kubaliana na hiyo point au hiyo swala au hoja ambalo wenzako wametoa, Bwana Spika, inaenda kinyume na sheria zetu kama Senate. Bwana Spika.
Okay, Senator Faki. Endelea.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nampongeza Senator Sakaja kwa kusahihisha swala hilo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilivyozungumzia mimi ni kuwa nimetaja vifungu viwili vya sheria vya katiba ambavyo vinagongana kusema kweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwamba bunge ndio taasisi inayotunga sheria katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, na sheria yote ambayo inaletwa katika bunge ni lazima ipitie vipindi vyote vya kutunguza sheria ile, iende katika kusoma mara ya kwanza, iende katika kusoma mara ya pili, na mwisho iende katika kifungu cha 3 ambapo inaweza kupitishwa ama inakataliwa. Kwa hivyo katika vifungu hivi vitatu, majukumu ya bunge ni nini? Je, bunge ni kuangalia tu na kama mshangiliaji na kuacha, ama bunge lina jukumu la kuweza kuichunguza sheria ile na kuona kwamba inaambatana na katiba kwa sasa, na vile vile inaambatana na zile sheria nyingine za kimataifa ambazo zinahusika na zinatumika katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna kuchanganyika kokote hapo ambako Seneta wa Nandi ameweza kuchanganyika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikizungumzia vile vipengele tofauti, nimesema kwamba malengo ni mazuri, lakini je, tutaweza kurekebisha, tuweza kutekeleza malengo yale ambayo yametangazwa kwamba tunataka kujumuisha kila mtu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Lakini tukiangalia kwa sasa ambapo pia sheria ziko, bado hatujakuwa na ujumuishaji wa kila kabila ama kila taifa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia katika makazi yanayotolewa, zile kazi kubwa ambazo zinatolewa ni kwamba zinalenga jamii moja. Majuzi tulikuwa Pwani kule na kamati ya uwiano ikiongozwa na Seneta Shionga, ambapo tulikuwa tuangazia swala la kuajiriwa kwa mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Maritime Authority. Na tuliona pia kwamba pale kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa mkurugenzi yule hakuwa amehitimu kupata kazi ile, alikuwa amepewa kazi ile kulingana na vile wakubwa wake wote katika wizara ya usafiri wanatoka katika jamii moja na wanatoka katika eneo moja. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala la inclusivity, yani kujumuisha kila mtu katika Kenya, je, litaweza kutekelezwa kisawasawa? Kama sisi watu wa Pwani tutaweza kupewa nafasi moja ya Prime Minister ama nafasi moja ya Deputy President kama watu wa Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika? Wakati sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, inaonekana tunabaguliwa wazi, hata zile nafasi za kuteuliwa kwa mfano katika bunge, sisi kama watu wa Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuzipati. Jambo la pili Mheshimiwa Spika ni kuwa hii swala la inclusivity isiwe ni kwamba tunapakwa mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa, tupitishe alafu baadaye tunaachwa mataani kama tumeweza kuachwa muda uliopita. Jambo la pili, la tatu Mheshimiwa Spika, ni ofisi ya Ombudsman katika taasisi ya mahakama. Mheshimiwa Spika, taasisi ya mahakama Mheshimiwa Spika, inatakana iwe iko huru bila kuingiliwa na taasisi yoyote ama na upande wowote katika masuala haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuwepo kwa huyu anaitwa Ombudsman kwa hakika utaleta mtafaruku katika taasisi ya mahakama, kwa sababu jaji akata anaandika hukumu yake atakuwa anaangalia kwenye bega lake, je, naangaliwa na nani katika swala hili, na hii itasababisha kuwa mahakama itakosa uhuru, na mahakama inapokosa uhuru Mheshimiwa Spika, haki za binadamu zitaweza kudhulumiwa katika nchi yetu na tutakuwa hatuna amani, kwa sababu kila mtu atakuwa na shida ya haki hizi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo awali nafikiri ilikuwa mwaka 1982 kulikuwa kuna kulikuwa na mswada bungeni wa kubadilisha katiba. Kama sikukosea, ilikuwa inataka kuondoa ile inaitwa kwa Kiingereza security of tenure ya majaji wa mahakama zote za Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, wengi walioko katika chama cha mawakili wa Kenya walipinga swala hili kwa sababu ilikuwa inapunguza uhuru wa majaji kusimamia swala hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, mahakama ni taasisi ambayo inafaa iongezewe nguvu kuliko kupelekewa makachero ama majasusi wa kuweza kuwachunguza majaji wanafanya nini. Mheshimiwa Spika, tatizo kubwa la mahakama hivi sasa ni kwamba wamepunguziwa ruzuku, na katiba ilikuwa imeweza kufikiria kwamba mahakama ili iwe huru na iamue haki kisawasawa ni lazima iwe na fedha zake peke yake, iwe na uwezo wake wa kufanya kila jambo. Lakini kwa sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, mahakama zetu zimefungwa na upande wa utekelezaji, yani executive, na hivi sasa ni kwamba mahakama hazina uhuru wa kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba wanatekeleza majukumu yao kisawasawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu hiyo swala kama hili la kuleta kachero ama huyu ombudsman kusimamia kufanya uchunguzi katika mahakama swala hili Mheshimiwa Spika litaleta mtafaruku na vile vile litasababisha kwamba uhuru wa mahakama kuweza kupungua. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeweza pia kupongeza kwamba kuna mambo mazuri ambayo yamekuja katika marekebisho haya. Kwa mfano, marekebisho ya kuweka youth fund. Hilo ni swala zuri sana la kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wetu wanapata makazi, vijana wetu wanapata njia za kuweza kujikimu kimaisha bila ya kuweza kutegemea watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala ambalo pia litaweza kuleta utata ni swala la kuchagua uchaguzi wa seneta wa mwanamke na seneta mwanamume katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisemi kuwa kina dada zetu maseneta ama wabunge wanawake hawana jukumu la kutekeleza, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, wale wabunge wanawake ambao wanahudumu katika bunge la kitaifa hivi sasa wanafanya kazi kubwa kule kuliko hapa kuja kuweza kupitisha tu masuala ya fedha na masuala mengine ambayo hayana uzito wa moja kwa moja kwa yule mwanamke aliyeko na vijana walioko katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, zile fedha ambazo wanapata viongozi wa kina mama katika bunge la kitaifa zinasaidia pakubwa kutatua matatizo ya kielimu, matatizo ya kiuchumi na matatizo mengine ya huduma ambazo wanapata wananchi kwa sasa. Kwa hivyo tukiondoa kule tuwalete katika bunge la Senate, ndio tutajaribu kutekeleza ile tunaita usawa wa jinsia katika nchi yetu na bunge letu, lakini kwa hakika Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni hasara kubwa kwa vuguvugu la kuwapa nguvu kina mama. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kuwa swala la maeneo bunge, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni swala ambalo pia limeleta utata kwa sababu halijatolewa kiusawa. Tunaona maeneo mengi ambayo yanahitajia yameweza kunyimwa, na japokuwa Mombasa inaongezewa viti vitatu vya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo haijatosha kabisa kwa sababu Mombasa imeweza kukua maradufu kwa muda hii ya miaka 10 na tunahitajia viti zaidi ya vitatu ambavyo tumeweza kupata hivi sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, na pia tutakuwa tumekeuka katiba kuweza kuachia swala hili la kuingilia swala hili la kuamua mipaka ya maeneo bunge wakati kuna taasisi ya IEBC ambao jukumu lake moja ni hilo la kusimamia masuala ya ugawavi wa maeneo bunge na vile vile pia kuzingatia masuala kama vile wingi wa watu, mambo ya kiuchumi na vile vile pia maeneo, kwa sababu kuna maeneo mengi ni makubwa ambayo ni vigumu kuwakilishwa kikamilifu na mbunge mmoja. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nitaunga marekebisho haya, lakini kwa masuala kwamba hili swala la kuwa mswada wa kurekebisha katiba ukishatoka kwa wananchi usiweze kujadiliwa katika bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swala ambalo lazima tuliingilie kwa ndani, hata kama haitawezekana katika mswada huu kulibatilisha, lakini jambo ambalo lazima kama bunge, kwa sababu bunge ndio wanaotunga sheria. Hatuwezi kuwa sisi tumefungwa mikono wakati tunarekebisha sheria muhimu kama hii, katiba ya bunge. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Ephraim Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important historic bill in our country. Mr. Speaker, the constitution making is about the most important thing in any country. And Mr. Speaker, we made the 2010 constituencies, and I, for one, had issues that I felt were never covered. And the issues, one issue I can name outright is the issue of constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this bill is intending to actually try to mitigate some of the things that were not right. And even now, there are things that will not be right after this bill. which we expect will be heard on later. Mr. Speaker, I like to support this bill, I must also, Mr. Speaker, point out some of the things that we will still need the Kenyans and us to bear in mind as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, the basis of democracy is one man, one vote, Mr. Speaker. And any country that wishes to have justice to its populace must try to achieve that. Mr. Speaker, in the 2010 Constitution, I actually ended up personally going to court, a case that has never been concluded to this day, because I felt that, especially my area, Nyeri County, we were left actually unfairly, whereas we felt we needed a constituency. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I must say, even now, the area that made me go to court, the area that is known as Kieni in Nyeri County, is still left without a constituency. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it has been explained, and it's my sincere hope, as we move forward, the institutions like the IBC will still continue looking at this matter of constituencies whenever there may be an issue, like that issue in Nyeri of Kieni constituency and the other Madera constituency. Mr. Speaker, I ended up in court. The case was the first time judged that we were right, that constituencies had not been done lightly, that is in the 2010 constituencies, and to this day it remains on record. Mr. Speaker, then we come to the issue of devolution. Mr. Speaker, devolution is a good idea, and I must tell Kenyans, devolution is not a new idea in this country. It was there in the earlier days. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was in primary school, and Mr. Speaker, I believe, try to recall in your mind, and the others who may have been there in the 1960s and the early 70s. In the primary school, there was a lorry that used to come, and it was written District Education Board, distributing textbooks, exercise books, and all other writing materials. That was devolution that had been put then. And this is the idea we have been trying to actually, try to mind ourselves and see whether we can reintroduce. And Mr. Speaker, at the same time then, the then district commissioner, who was in charge of a county, of the present day counties, had various departments, agriculture, health, security, roads, and they all used to be done at the district headquarters. In Nyeri County, the district works officer used to be dealing with all matters of local roads and all this. This is the same idea we have tried to introduce. But Mr. Speaker, I want to warn this House, and even the country, we have been talking of corruption. I want to say today, I personally, and from all the records, from all the reporting that has been done, 80% of the resources that goes to the counties does not yet up being used efficiently and for the purpose it is intended. Mr. Speaker, we must, and we should have done, looked into a way of having a framework that will ensure that the resources that we fought here, that we fight here, as we witnessed, goes into being used efficiently and for the purposes of the ordinary man. But Mr. Speaker, we have been witnessing in this country, if you go anywhere, the issue is construction. And I'll tell you, construction of houses, construction of mortuaries, construction of feeder roads, some going into nowhere, construction of all manner of things, from fences, construction of even putting flower beds all over to beautify various offices in the counties. Mr. Speaker, all this is happening when you go in the next dispensary and there is no medicine. Mr. Speaker, all this is happening when the children do not have basic things, some of them are not in school because of school fees, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we need a framework. And let me say here, personally I have felt very uneasy voting big money, which we have no control, and somehow this House has felt quite comfortable just leaving things as they are, even during constitutional making when we had various disciples to go and talk on our behalf, to make Senate a house that is empowered to do its work. Mr. Speaker, it is not the amount of money that will remove poverty in our country. It is the management, it is the commitment, it is the conscious commitment to the welfare of man that will actually get off the poverty in this country and the suffering of the common people, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to say, even after passing this bill, there is need to look. If Senate truly is here for devolution, you are not here just to vote money, to go, to be wasted, to be stolen, and all those kind of things, Mr. Speaker, for going to trips abroad. This House should have a system linked to the Attorney General where we can be making sure that any cent voted here goes into the right use, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as a country, we must also try to create unity in this country. I listened the other day where I also interjected. People rising here, Mr. Speaker, and saying, we have been discriminated, or we have been suffering because, I don't know, so much money went to Mount Kenya region and all this. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here and say, we must, when we stand here, speak the truth. We must stand here and be wary of what we state. Mr. Speaker, let me say this for the record. Central Kenya has suffered. Mount Kenya has suffered from colonial days. There is no kind of favoritism that is talked about. They have suffered during the struggle for the independence of this country. Mr. Speaker, the people today in the Mount Kenya region are some of them today living in very serious economic difficulties because their coffee, their tea, their milk, and all other products today are bringing pottery and nothing. Coffee today has been reduced to 15% of what it used to be. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to this House that when we speak for our people, but Mr. Speaker, we should not be entertaining this kind of thoughts and this kind of words that actually tend to bring the same kind of feelings we found, which boiled over in the year 2007, and actually brought what we witnessed, Mr. Speaker. But I want to go on record that Mount Kenya has not actually enjoyed any favoritism at all. If anything, Mount Kenya has been contributing through their GDP into the development of this country. They have been contributing into the services that even others enjoy, and we are proud to. But we don't expect leaders should be stand here and try to create that misconception. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going back to the issue of the devolution, I want to say I'm not convinced, and I want to go on record, that the way we have approached devolution, it will succeed. Mr. Speaker, succeeding is not going in a county and seeing a big building, lieutenant governor's office or the county government office. It is not going and seeing a 4-story house with flowers all over and the lights at night, lighting the flowers. That is not the devolution that we envisaged, that Wajiko envisaged. Devolution, Mr. Speaker, is when we will happily carry this country with us and actually make sure that the resources go for the people. Today, the counties have been given about 3.6 trillion shillings since its inception. That kind of money should have actually by now have created good services for the people. And to my mind, things to do with health, things to do with education, things to do with the survival of the people, like the small traders, things to do with agriculture, improvement of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I feel dismayed when I see some counties. People are dying of hunger, and yet they are getting quite substantial amount of money. Why can't somebody spend 300, 500 million to feed the people in that emergency? Mr. Speaker, it beats any reasoning. But once again, I want to caution this country, unless we can seal the loopholes of corruption, we can seal the loopholes of all the things, Mr. Speaker, and Kenya will be Kenya when you see a couple of ministers, a couple of governors, a couple of senators, a couple of members of parliament, a couple of these big whims in actually behind bars in a committee, serving for squandering public resources. That is when Kenya will start taking the route to democracy. Mr. Speaker, I must go to the bureau and say it is a step in the right direction. It will not be the end of the journey. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and, Mr. Speaker, hope that all the sentiments that have been expressed will be taken into account into the future as we go ahead, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Senator Mwaura, by virtue. Mwaruma, sorry. Senator Mwaruma. We can't hear you. Unmute.
Mheshimiwa Spika, unanipata sasa?
Sasa tutakupata.
Haya, asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa hii fursa ili kuchangia huu mswada wa mageuzi ya katiba. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kujibu swali ambalo limeulizwa ya kama huu ndio wakati mufti wa kubadilisha katiba, ama kama kuna uzuri wowote wa kubadilisha katiba huu wakati. Nipende kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tulipitisha katiba ya mwaka wa 2010, tulipitisha tukijua kwamba kuna 20% ambayo haikuwa nzuri sana, na tukasema tupitishe hivyo hivyo ili wakati ukifikia tunaweza badilisha ile kutengeneza ile 20% ambayo haikuwa nzuri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kuchangia huu mswada, upenda sana nianze na mambo ambayo ni chanya ama positive aspects, ndio nije yale ambayo ni hasi. lakini kwa leo nitaanza mambo ambayo ni hasi yaliyo katika huu mswada, alafu nije ambayo ni chanya, kwa sababu unaweza ishiwa na muda bila kuongea mambo ambayo si mazuri sana katika huu mswada. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mwananchi wangu wa Taita na Taveta, alitoa mawazo yake mengi sana ya kuchangia huu mswada ambayo mengi hayajazingatiwa ama hayajaangaziwa katika huu mswada. La kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba 62% ya gatuzi la Taita Taveta iko chini ya mbuga za wanyama. Kwa hivyo katika mapendekezo ya Taita na Mtaveta tulisema ya kwamba ile mbuga ya wanyama ipate kuwa game reserve badala ya vile ilivyo national park, ili mwananchi wa Taita Taveta afaidi moja kwa moja kutokana na rasilimali ya mbuga za wanyama. Hilo halijaangaziwa ama halijawekwa katika huu mswada, na kwa hivyo mwananchi naye mwakilisha wa Taita Taveta hana furaha. Ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, mbuga ya wanyama ya Masai Mara iliyo katika eneo bunge la Narok inafaidi wale wananchi na pesa nyingi sana, ile tunaita on source revenue. Lakini kwetu hatupati faida hata kidogo, lakini tunapata maafa. Kama tunavyoongea saizi kule katika eneo bunge la Voi, maeneo ya Buhuta, wanazika mtu leo kwa sababu aliuawa juzi na ndovu aliyemfuata mpaka shambani kwake, na mimea inaliwa na wanyama, lakini kupata fidia yenyewe imekuwa ni ngumu, na kupata pesa za kutumia kuweka nyaya za stima ama fence, electric fence, imekuwa pia ni shida. Lakini ingekuwa ni game reserve, tungeweza kujitengenezea nyaya za stima ili kuzuia wanyama wasiue binadamu na pia wasiharibu mimea na kuua wanyama wetu. Na pia swala la pili ni swala la kufaidi kutokana na madini. Taita Taveta kuna madini mengi sana, lakini ilivyo sasa watu wanaovuna ni watu wa nje, na hata kupata zile royalties ambazo zimeangaziwa katika vipengee vya Mining Act, hatupati hizo royalties. National government imeshikilia hiyo pesa ambayo inayolipwa na hawataki kupatia Wataita na Wataveta pesa zao. Kwa hivyo haya masuala mawili tulisema ni vizuri yaangaziwe katika BBI, kwa sababu BBI ilikuwa ni kujibu maswali ya kwa nini mwananchi wa Kenya hana furaha. Mwananchi wa Taita hana furaha kwa sababu ana rasilimali nyingi, lakini yeye ndio maskini zaidi katika nchi ya Kenya. La haula, ningependa kusema ya kwamba kuna masuala fulani ambayo yaliangaziwa katika mswada wa BBI ambayo yatafanya labda to support hii mswada. Katika kutengeneza katiba huwezi pata yote right, ama huwezi pata yote vile unavyotaka. Kuna mengine utapata mazuri na mengine ambayo hayakufurahishi. Mheshimiwa Spika, yanayotufurahisha katika huu mswada wa BBI, la kwanza ni maeneo bunge. Gatuzi la Taita Taveta liko na registered voters around 1200 na maeneo bunge ni 4. Sasa kama huu mswada wa BBI usipopita, basi yale maeneo bunge yataenda kupungua na labda tubakie na mawili ama matatu. Tukipoteza gatuzi eneo bunge moja, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba tunapoteza kama 140 million ama milioni 140. Tukipoteza mawili tunapoteza milioni 280, 280 million. Kwa hivyo sisi tunashukuru mswada wa BBI kwa sababu umesema kwamba eneo bunge ama maeneo bunge yote 4 yatabakia kati ya huu mswada wa BBI unapopita. La pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kutia nguvu ugatuzi ama strengthening ya devolution kupitia kuleta rasilimali nyingi zaidi katika magatuzi. Saizi katiba ya 2010 ambayo tunabadilisha inasema ya kwamba 15% iweze kuenda kwa magatuzi. Hiyo ndio pesa ya chini zaidi. Lakini huu mswada wa BBI unasema ya kwamba pesa itaenda kuongezeka mpaka 35%. Wale wanaopinga BBI, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanasema ya kwamba kama imekuwa ngumu kuleta 15% katika magatuzi, je, hii 35% itatoka wapi? Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tukipigana na ugavi wa rasilimali, tulikuwa tunapigania pesa iongezwe kutoka bilioni 316.5 billion na iongezeke mpaka 370. Iliweza kuongezeka na pesa zingine zilitoka kwa zile zinaitwa grants zikafanywa kuwa shareable revenue. Saizi kuna pesa nyingi ambayo inabakia katika serikali kuu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo kama ingeweza kuletwa kwa magatuzi tunaweza fikia hii 35%. Kwa mfano, kuna pesa ya kera, kuna pesa ya kura, na hizi barabara zinazotengenezwa na kura na kera zote zinatengenezwa katika counties. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni pesa mingi sana inaweza kuletwa katika magatuzi ili kuchangia mchango wa pesa ziongezeke mpaka 35%, Mheshimiwa Spika. La pili ni kwamba kuna pesa wizara ya afya, wizara ya kilimo, wizara ya michezo. Kwa mfano, saizi sielewi ni kwa nini wizara ya michezo ibakishwe pesa nyingi mpaka ianze kupatia counties grants za kujenga viwanja. Kwa nini hiyo pesa isipelekwe kwa magatuzi ili ifanywe budget moja kwa moja, Mheshimiwa Spika, na viwanja vijengwe? Kwa nini wizara ya kilimo ambayo kilimo kinde kwa magatuzi ili budget ifanywe pale pale kwa magatuzi na kilimo kiendelee? Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la ugatuzi ni swala kwetu nzito sana kama mwakilishi wa Taita Taveta, manake yale maendeleo tunayofaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni maendeleo kutokana na ugatuzi. Kwa sababu ya idadi yetu ambayo iko ndogo, wanasiasa wengi huuliza, kwani nyinyi wa Taita na Wataveta tunawaletea maendeleo kutoka serikali kuu, mnaleta kura ngapi kwa meza? Kusema ukweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, kura zetu huwa ni kidogo sana. Kwa hivyo ile kitu ambayo ni baraka kwetu ni ugatuzi. Wakati wa mfumo wa ugatuzi ulipokuja, tumeweza kupata pesa kutoka kwa national government zaidi ya bilioni 4.5 za maendeleo kila mwaka. Kabla ya ugatuzi, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa hatupati hizi pesa, lakini wakati wa ugatuzi tumeanza kupata pesa nyingi za maendeleo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia baada ya ugatuzi kuanza 2013, hakuna mradi uliofanywa katika gatuzi la Taita Taveta kutokana na pesa za serikali kuu ambao unazidi milioni 200. Ile miradi tunapata ni ya milioni 50, milioni 20 kutoka kwa serikali kuu. Lakini nashukuru kwa sababu huu mwaka tumepata grant kutoka kwa World Bank ambayo ni ya 900 million ya kutengeneza maji. Tunasema ni afadhali. Lakini ukiangalia kwa magatuzi mengine, kwa mfano kama niliuliza swali katika bunge yetu mwaka wa 2018 katika wizara ya maji, watu waambie ile miradi yote ambayo imefanywa Kenya nzima. Nilishangaa, Mheshimiwa Spika, niliona Embu walipata mradi wa 2.5 billion kuanzia 2013 mpaka 2018. Murang'a ilipata mradi wa 6 billion, miradi ya 6 billion ya maji. Elgeyo Marakwet ilipata road na Kimwareri nyingine 25 billion, 63 billion. Ukiangalia Mwache Dam walipata Kwale Mwache Dam 10 billion. Ukiangalia kwa mfano Makueni walikuwa na Tharaka Dam 35 billion, lakini Taita Taveta gatuzi letu halikupata miradi yoyote. Kwa hivyo sisi ugatuzi ndio tunaopigania, manake maendeleo yetu mengi yanatoka kutokana na ugatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo linafanya niunge mkono ugatuzi ni kuweka hizi pesa za CDF katika katiba. Vile Mheshimiwa Spika nimetangulia kusema ni kwamba tuko na maeneo bunge 4 ambayo kila eneo bunge linapata zaidi ya milioni 130. Sasa hii CDF ikiwekwa kikatiba ni kwamba haitawahi kupotea, na CDF ni pesa ya wananchi wetu ya kulipa fees, ni pesa ya wananchi wetu ya kutengeneza infrastructure ya mashule na kutengeneza maendeleo yanayohusiana na elimu na security. Wakati tunaposema kwamba CDF imewekwa kikatiba ni kwamba Taita Taveta hatutawahi kukosa hiyo pesa. Unajua kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna watu wamekuwa kienda kotini wakitaka hii CDF iondolewe, na kwetu sisi ni mfumo wa ugatuzi ambao umeleta maendeleo mengi na infrastructure nzuri za barabara na maji kwa huo muda ambao ililetwa kuanzia 2003. Kwa hivyo sisi tunashangilia CDF na vile CDF imeenda katika katiba, tumeshukuru sana. La nne tena, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba kuna hii Ward Development Fund ama pesa ya kuendeleza ward. Hii pesa ni nzuri sana kwa sababu inahakikisha kwamba maendeleo yanaenda katika kila ward. Haitajalisha kama yule mwakilishi wa ward anaunga mkono gavana ama hamungi mkono gavana, maendeleo yataenda mpaka mashinani. Na nashukuru manake Mheshimiwa Irunga Ngata ambaye ni alileta mswada wa Ward Development Fund. Tayari ule mswada ndio haukupita, lakini afadhali tulipata hii katiba ambayo tayari iliweka Ward Development Fund. Na nasihi rafiki yangu senator wa Murang'a apate kuunga mkono huu mswada wa BBI, kwa sababu tayari yale maswala ambayo amekuwa akipigania yako ndani ya BBI kama Ward Development Fund. Lingine Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao nimeona ni nzuri ni kwamba kuna hakikisho la kwamba katika bunge kutakuwa na gender equity. Mimi kama mwanaharakati wa gender ama wa mambo ya jinsia ninashukuru sana, manake kwa BBI ikishapita basi bunge zetu zote zitakuwa na usawa wa jinsia. Wakati unakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka uliopita mahakama ilisema kwamba bunge livunjiliwe mbali kwa sababu imeshindikana kufanya sheria ambayo itahakikisha kuna usawa wa jinsia katika bunge. Lakini ilikuwa hata tukivunja bunge bado watu ambao wanachagua ni wale wale wananchi wetu, hawachagui wakizingatia usawa. Kwa hivyo BBI inasema kwamba hatuwezi kuwa tunaendelea ama tuseme tunaendelea na tumeacha wananchi wengi ama nusu ya idadi ya wananchi nyuma, ambao ni wanawake, walemavu na vijana. Lingine Mheshimiwa Spika, ambalo nafanya ni shukuru kwa huu mswada ama niunge mkono huu mswada, ni mambo ya kuwa na mawaziri katika bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, mara kwa mara tumeuliza maswali yanayohusiana na wananchi wetu yapate kujibiwa, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepata shida kupata mawaziri wengine hawataki kuja bunge kujibu maswali. Lakini tukiwa na waziri katika bunge ama waziri mkuu, itakuwa ni rahisi zaidi kupata majibu ya maswali ambayo tunauliza katika bunge. Yale maswala ambayo labda hayako vizuri katika Kenya yetu ama katika serikali yetu saizi ni kwamba ugatuzi ni kitu nzuri, lakini sasa kutoa pesa treasury kuzipeleka kwa magatuzi zifanye maendeleo ndio imekuwa kizungumkuti. Lakini mimi niko na imani kwamba tukiwa na uongozi mzuri ambao unaangalia mambo ya fedha, ambao unamaliza mambo ya ufisadi, basi tutakusanya pesa za kutosha, tutakusanya pesa kwa wakati unaofaa ili ziende kwa magatuzi zifanye maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kitu ambayo inaua maendeleo katika nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya ni mambo ya ufisadi. Tunaambiwa leo ya kwamba bilioni 2 zinapotea kila siku. Tukifunga hiyo mfereji ya ufisadi, basi zile pesa za kwenda kufanya maendeleo mashinani zitapatikana na kwamba tutazidi kudumisha huu gatuzi. Na saizi pia mambo yamekuwa magumu zaidi kwa sababu ya hili janga Mheshimiwa Spika la corona. KRA hawakusanyi ushuru inavyopaswa, lakini hili janga litaenda kuisha, halitatoka nalo milele. Na kuna watu Mheshimiwa Spika wanaouliza hivi sasa ni wakati unaofaa wa kubadilisha katiba tukiwa na janga la corona? Lakini huu mchakato ulianza wa kubadilisha katiba ulianza hata kabla hili janga kuja. Na je, tukisema kwamba hatutabadilisha katiba saizi na ile mazuri yote yaliyoko katika hii katiba, kwani tuna contract gani na hili janga? Litaisha lini? Hatujui janga la corona litaisha lini. Hatujui kama itakuwa kama mafua ambayo tunaendelea nayo ama kama kikohozi ambayo tunaendelea nayo ni ugonjwa tunaendelea nao milele na milele. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kusema kwamba tusibadilishe katiba kwa sababu kuna corona si mambo ambayo yana umuhimu wowote, kwa sababu hatujui kama hili janga litaenda mpaka lini. Mambo mengine ambayo ni ya kufufisha moyo Kenya ni mambo ambayo ni ya kukopa sana ili kufanya maendeleo. Kabla ya 2012 tulikuwa tunaweza kumudu bajeti yetu 95%. Kama 2012 budget ya Kenya 95% ilichangiwa na pesa zinazotoka Kenya kwenyewe. Lakini la kufisha moyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia saizi bajeti ni 3.6 trillion Mheshimiwa Spika, katika nchi ambayo haikusanyi hata zaidi ya trilioni 2, inakusanya chini ya trilioni 2, kuonyesha ya kwamba huu mwaka wa pesa unaokuja wa 2021 2022 bado tutaingia bonde la kukopa zaidi ya 1.6 trillion. Kwa nini tusiishi within our means Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa nini tunaishi na madeni? Sasa tuko na madeni na tunaendelea tena kuingia kwa madeni na tunaendelea kuingia kwa madeni zaidi. Sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, hili jambo ndilo linalofisha moyo, kwa sababu tunaongea mambo ya ugatuzi na ugatuzi ni mzuri, lakini kama pesa yote tutakuwa tunatumia kulipa madeni ambayo tena hayajafanya maendeleo kwa maeneo mengine, yanafanya maendeleo kwa maeneo mengine, lakini maeneo kama Taita Taveta hawapati hiyo miradi. Lakini ikifikia wakati wa kulipa, tunalipa sote. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili mambo la good financial management na debt management strategy lazima tuliangazie, tuache kukopa na tuishi within our means. Mi ndio nasema kwamba tunaweza kusaidia. Swala la mwisho kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba watu wanauliza, je, huu mswada tunaweza kubadilisha? Mheshimiwa Spika, ninasema kwamba huu mswada hatuwezi kubadilisha kwa sababu unatoka kwa wananchi, na huu mswada umepitia kwa county assemblies, hawakubadilisha. Kama county assemblies zote zingeamua kubadilisha, tungekuwa na bili ngapi ambazo zinakuja kwa Senate na National Assembly? Leo hii tayari National Assembly wamepitisha huu mswada bila kubadilisha. Je, sisi kama Senate tukiamua kubadilisha huu mswada, ule utakaoenda katika referendum Mheshimiwa Spika ni gani? Kwa hivyo naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, tuheshimu wananchi wetu, vile wamesema tutengeneze hiyo katiba, tubadilishe hiyo katiba kupitia kwa huu mswada, ule mswada ambao ulitoka kwa wananchi, ukaenda county assemblies, ukaenda National Assembly, ukaenda Senate, tupitishe vile ulivyo, kwa sababu itazuia mkanganyiko wa kuangalia, je, hawa wamepitisha bila kubadilisha, hawa wamebadilisha, je, ni mswada gani utakaoenda katika kura ya maoni ama referendum. La tatu na la mwisho kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba huu mswada hata tukiuangusha leo lazima uende kwa referendum. Mambo mawili yanayofanya mswada uende kwa referendum, la kwanza ni kama mwananchi ameamua kubadilisha katiba na yale masuala anayoangazia ni yale masuala ambayo yameangaziwa katika ambayo hayajaangaziwa katika 255 ambayo ni structure of governance, vile bunge inayofanya kazi, ni yale masuala ambayo hayahitaji kwenda referendum lakini yanaweza tengenezwa na bunge. Ukienda kwa bunge na bunge iamue kuupitisha, basi ule mswada utaenda kwa president na utatiwa kidole na utapita. Lakini wakati bunge imeletewa mswada wa mambo ambayo hayajaangaziwa katika 255 alafu iamue kuangusha ule mswada, basi lazima uende kwa referendum na wananchi waamue wenyewe. Mswada mwingine ambao lazima uende kwa referendum ni ule ambao umeangazia masuala mengine yaliyo katika 255 ambayo ni structure of governance na working of parliament na mambo ya how to change the constitution. Huo mswada ukija kwa bunge, mkiuangusha, mkiupitisha, ni lazima uende kwa referendum. Kwa hivyo huwa leo Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiupitisha, tukiamua tuangushe, lazima utaenda kwa referendum. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii nafasi ulionipatia ili kuangazia kwa kifupi masuala ya huu mswada wa BBI, na najua BBI na itaenda kubadilisha maisha ya mwananchi wa Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Okay, thank you. We want to take a vote by midday. Therefore, those that hello, yeah, saying we want to take a vote by midday, so those I'm going to give an opportunity. Please try to keep them short. Senator Chila Yako by virtue. Okay, I can't get Senator Chila Yako. Senator Zawad.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address Parliament from where I am. First, I want to start by saying that I am fully in this amendment of the constitutional amendment. And Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Parliament for the work content of the bill. They have done a good job, and they have captured what is good and what needs to be amended in the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that I hope in my lifetime all the corrections in flagged out that require attention. I hope this will happen in the lifetime of Mr. Speaker, and of the current president, and in the lifetime of the bill, because these amendments that require attention must be attended to. So as we urge all Kenyans to be in support of this bill, as we urge all Kenyans to be in support of this constitutional amendment bill, let us give them hope that what has been raised will be attended. Of concern to the county that I represent, which is Migori County, we want more constituencies. A county which is populous, we want more resources allocated to that particular sub-county. We had hoped that we would be one of the beneficiaries of additional constituencies. We want more constituencies to be allocated to Kuria, one additional sub-county to be carved out of Kuria West sub-county. Unfortunately, that has not happened. So that is why I am saying that as soon as we pass the constitutional amendment bill, those have benefited constituencies should not adopt the selfish approach and say that the rest of Kenyans should be ignored, should be left behind, and should not benefit from additional wants to give hope to Kisii County, like Homa Bay County, Kisumu County, Siaya County, and all the counties that may not have benefited from this allocation. Where I come from, we listen to the elderly and wise, and in one of the advice that has been offered to us by the elderly,
I think we can't follow.
Is that if you were
Senator Ayako, we shall hold your time until your network is stable. So let's get somebody. We can't hardly follow what you're saying. Okay, we shall hold your time. In the meantime, let me get Senator Ndwiga. Senator Ndwiga. Senator Ndwiga.
Hello?
Yes, Senator Ndwiga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We need to see you now.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to, and I thank you for giving this opportunity to contribute to the debate. Mr. Speaker, the issue of changing the constitution at this time, because there has been a lot of debates on whether it is the right time or not the right time. For some of us, Mr. Speaker, there is no right time to change the Constitution. There's no better time than now. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to go down history lane. In the days when we were in opposition, some of us will remember that my county called Embu, for 10 years, we received from government 15 million shillings only for development for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, those are some things we cannot forget. And remembering that, 2003 is when we got respite, when CDF was introduced. At least we saw some kind of development, some kind of development through CDF. And Mr. Speaker, and therefore, Embu's and my people voted overwhelmingly for the constitution we have currently, just because they were remembering how they suffered in the earlier days and the usefulness of devolution. Without devolution, Mr. Speaker, there is no way that funding and the development will reach the grassroots. It is not possible. Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes to give or to devolve funds all the way to the wards. This is a great step for this country. This is a step, Mr. Speaker, where ordinary folks, ordinary Kenyans at the ward level will decide on their development priorities, and they know the amount of money that will get to the wards for development. Mr. Speaker, you cannot build a house from the top. We have got to develop from grassroots. And development from grassroots today, in very many counties, there are some wards which have not seen any development, despite the fact that we are devolving funds every year. Because perhaps sometimes the governor may not like the ward rep, the MCA of that ward, and it is Kenyans who end up suffering. In some cases, Mr. Speaker, the governor may be unhappy with people of a certain region and says, this place, I'm not going to send funds to these regions. Mr. Speaker, with this constitution, if this bill passes, we are going to have equitable distribution of funds for development in all our wards, and therefore the Kenyans will benefit in that respect. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the new constituencies in Embu, Mr. Speaker, I know we are benefiting one constituency. What that means is that we are going to get an additional 100 million shillings plus every year for development, additional, on top of the CDF, on top of what we are devolving to the counties currently. Now, but the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, in that respect, is that for a very, very long time in our parliament, there was no equitable representation. What now this bill proposes is that in this republic, constituencies will be as nearly equal as possible. And that is what the Constitution requires, so that Kenyans are treated equally. A vote from any member of parliament is equal. All votes are equal in parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is so unequitable today when you call for a vote and a vote from a senator from a county which is populous, is equal to a senator who represents 100,000 people. Mr. Speaker, that is not fair at all. It's so unfair. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes, what this bill proposes is what Kenyans would want and is what Kenyans have fought for. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, is what the struggle for independence was all about. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of debate about where the funding will come from. There are people who say that the 5%, now what we've got now does not get the constituencies. What I know, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no county that is owed money by government. By the end of June, all counties will have received all the funding that we as Senate allocated to counties. What I do know is that there's a lot of money that remains in Nairobi. And I'll give you an example. As you know, I am the chairman of the Agriculture Committee. And I know, Mr. Speaker, agriculture is a devolved function. There are so many functions which the ministry is pretending to perform at the ministry level, functions which ought to be done by the counties. Mr. Speaker, the Maputo declarations didn't decree that agriculture should be funded, at 10% of the budget. But when you talk to counties, my committee had a meeting with all the governors on agricultural issues. And the governors didn't tell us that the issues that they have no problem allocating 10% of their resources to agriculture, but the funds were not enough then. So with the 35% increment, that those funds are going to be available. And I do know, Mr. Speaker, that at the Ministry of Agriculture today, there is so much money that remains there. I want to congratulate the Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Munya, because he has tried his best to distribute some of that money, particularly in coffee growing areas, issues of modernizing coffee factories and so forth and so on. But that's the work of counties. That funding ought to be with the counties so that the counties can do that job. The money should not be at the headquarters at all. Crop development is also at the ministry. Mr. Speaker, that now is not proper, because agriculture being a devolved function, such finances ought to be with the counties, so that the counties now can improve on extension services. This country is lagging behind in agriculture because we at one point we lost one critical function of agriculture, and that's extension. Extension services are no longer in existence anywhere in this republic. And without extension services, we cannot pretend to be an agricultural country. We really can't. Because you may have Kari who will develop new crops and who will develop new varieties, but who is going to show farmers and teach farmers how to propagate the same crops? Mr. Speaker, we want counties to get additional funding so that then we can sit on them to establish proper extension services. Mr. Speaker, where I come from in Embu, again, when I was growing up, we used to see khaki-clad agricultural extension officers every week come to inspect what we are doing. Make sure that you have primed your fertilizer in the correct fashion, to make sure that you have used the best pesticides. And if you look at the graphs, Mr. Speaker, it's at that time when this country was at the peak of production, at a time when we did not even have a lot of land under coffee cultivation. We were able at that time to produce in excess of 140,000 metric tons of coffee every year. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are doing 32,000 metric tons with all the expansion of coffee everywhere. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because very many farmers have left coffee farming. They have abandoned coffee farming. And in very many places today, you will find coffee bushes on farms, which will produce literally nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, we are advocating for the 35% increment to counties, so that then now we can have counties engage in extension services. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and because I know time is limited and other people would want to contribute to this bill, I will support this bill, and I urge members to support this bill. Once again, reminding them that in the days, members of parliament sometimes forget. We think what happened yesterday cannot happen tomorrow. In the days when we were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I said at the beginning, that my county received less than 15 million shillings for development in 10 years. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am solidly voting for this bill and reminding members of our members that those years, and we are again going to a system where you have ministers answering questions in parliament. Can you imagine that you want something done by the government and the minister tells you, yes, we will do it when funds become available? Mr. Speaker, you are left at whose mercy? Right now, we know the funding that will come to the counties, and we will follow that with our counties to make sure that proper utilization of those funds is done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Zawadi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii nami nikaweze kuchangia katika huu mswada wa marekebisho ya katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mapya kukumbusha ya kale. Wakati wa nyuma, wakati wa katiba ile ambayo tuko nayo saa hii, mimi nilikuwa upande ule wa kupinga katiba hii. Na nilikuwa na sababu zangu wakati huo. Lakini Mungu si athmani. Katiba ilipita. Na baada ya kupita, nimeona kumbe ningekosa mambo mengi mazuri. Kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi niliyepinga, ndiye kwa mstari wa kwanza kupinga katiba ile, nilikuwa vile vile mstari wa kwanza kuwa katika wale waliobahatika kuwa wajumbe wa county assemblies. Na nikiwa mjumbe wa county assembly, nilibahatika kutembelea, hasa nilikuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya afya, na nilibahatika kutembelea hospitali zote za Kilifi. Na katika utembezi wetu niliona vile hospitali zilivyokuwa vibaya. Lakini baada ya pesa zile kuteremshwa chini mashinani, nimeona zile hospitali zimetengenezwa. Isipokuwa tu kwa sababu pesa ni kidogo, tunakosa madawa na pia tunakosa wauguzi. Na ndio maana nakubali katiba sasa nikisema endapo itarekebishwa na ipitishwe, basi naamini wauguzi wataandikwa na pia vile vile madawa yatapatikana hospitali. Manake hilo ndio tatizo kubwa ambalo liko kule chini mashinani. Na pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa kwenye komiti ya elimu. Na niligundua kwamba kuna watoto wengi ambao walikuwa hawaendi shule wakiwa wadogo, mpaka labda wafikie miaka 10 na zaidi ndio waweze kufikia shule ambazo zilikuwa wangeweza kufikia, kwa sababu shule zilikuwa kwa umbali mkubwa sana, zilikuwa chache. Kwa hivyo watoto wa chekechea ilibidi kwanza wakae mpaka wawe wana umri mkubwa ili waweze kutembea either kilomita 10 ama 10 na zaidi ndio wapate shule karibu. Lakini baada ya kupitisha ile katiba, shule za chekechea zimejengwa na kufikia sasa shule ziko nyingi mashinani, isipokuwa tu kwa sababu ya uhaba wa pesa zile shule zinakosa walimu. Hivyo naunga mkono tena katiba hii ya sasa ya mapendekezo kwamba endapo itapita, basi zile pesa zinapofika mashinani, naamini walimu wengi wataandikwa wa chekechea. Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, nakubaliana na wenzangu wengi waliosema kwamba kwa nini katiba ya jasa hii isingekuwa yaja pale mwanzoni. Lakini pia nakosoa, niliwasikiza na pia nakosoa na kusema hivi kwamba hapa bungeni, manake wengi walipozungumza walisema kuna mambo ambayo yangeletwa bunge kama vile mambo ya corona na mengineyo, lakini sikumbuki siku hata moja kukiletwa mswada hapa kuhusu corona na ukakosa kujadiliwa kisa na sababu kuna BBI itakuja ama kuna mswada wa mapendekezo. Sikumbuki kitu kama hicho. Hakuna alileta mswada wake kwa kosa kujadiliwa kisa na sababu kuna katiba ama kuna mapendekezo ya katiba yanakuja. Hakuna. Kwa hivyo hapa nakosoa. Na pia vile vile nataka niunge mkono kwamba wanawake, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanawajibika kiasi fulani. Kwa mfano, hii katiba imesema kwamba kutakuwa na mwanamke seneta. Kwa hivyo watakuwa wanawake 47. Tukiongezeka na wale wanaume 47 labda kama watakuwepo na katiba kama itapitishwa. Na mimi nakubaliana na wenzangu kwamba ni kweli kwanza mwanamke ni anawajibika. Labda fanya mahesabu yako ya haraka, angalia bunge hili hapa ndani wambaki wanawake wangapi na wanaume ni wangapi. Alafu fanya hesabu yako, wanaume huwa ni wangapi kwa bunge hili na wanawake huwa ni wangapi, alafu fanya mahesabu yako, utakuta mwanamke anawajibika. Ndio maana wengi wako hapa ndani wakisikiza ule mswada vile unavyoendelea. Hivyo basi nakubali mwanamke mmoja awe katika Senate. Na pia vile vile ningetamani sana kama angebakia kule kwa National Assembly pia kuwe na mwanamke, kwa sababu pia kuna changizo kubwa sana ambazo mwanamke angefanya kule wakati akiwa kule. Kwa hivyo ningekubaliana sana kama mwanamke angekuwa National Assembly, na pia vile vile tuwe na mwingine katika Senate. Na pia vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nishukuru pia katiba ile ambayo tuko nayo, kwa sababu nikiwa vile vile County Assembly, kwa sababu nikiwa Senate sina uwezo wa kutembea kaunti nzima, lakini nikiwa County Assembly niliweza kutembea. Niliona waheshimiwa wengi walikuwa wanatengeneza miradi yao, na kuna waheshimiwa wengi kule kwetu sisi hatukuwa tunajua majosho ya ng'ombe. Josho la ng'ombe labda niseme ni kettle dip. Sahi kuna majosho mengi sana ya ng'ombe yamejengwa. Kwa hivyo ng'ombe zetu zinaweza, wale ambao hawana uwezo wa kuogesha ng'ombe zao kwa pamadawa, sahi wanaenda katika majosho yale na kuosha zile ng'ombe zao. Hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ninaamini endapo pesa zitaongezeka katika magatuzi, naamini kuna maendeleo mengi ambayo yatapatikana ambayo hapo nyumaye yalikuwa hayapatikani kwa sababu ya uhaba wa pesa. Nataka nikubaliane na kwamba endapo MCA atakuwa anapata zile pesa za maendeleo anazopewa, kwa sababu saa hii ni kama ambaye ni governor apende ndio awape, asipopenda governor basi hakuna pesa wanazopata. Lakini endapo hii katiba itapita, County Assembly atakuwa member of County Assembly atakuwa kona pesa yake ambayo anaweza fanya miradi kulingana na ile wodi yake anayotoka, ni kitu gani kina upungufu na ni vipi atafanya katika maendeleo yake, na hakuna ambaye atakuwa anaweza kumwingilia. Na pia vile vile nataka nishukuru tena niseme angalau na sisi watu wa Kilifi tumeweza kupata barabara 2-3 angalau. Na sisi pia tunajiita wa Kenya, manake pale nyuma tulikuwa tukisema pwani si Kenya, manake mengi ilikuwa hatuyapati. Lakini angalau kuna kidogo tuweza hesabu kama vile barabara. Si nyingi lakini zipo, na si kama vile ilivyokuwa mwanzoni, ilikuwa hatuna kabisa. Lakini pia nakubaliana na kwamba endapo kama pesa zitakuwa ziko mashinani, hatutakuwa mpaka National Assembly ama National Executive ipende kwa hiari yao ndio tutengenezee, bali tutakuwa tuna uwezo huo kama county wa kutengeneza kama ni barabara na vitu vingine vingi ambavyo vingekuwa havinakosekana. Hatutakuwa tena ati barabara kama ni mara mpaka huku executive watake ndio ifanyike, lakini itakuwa inafanyika. Na vile Mheshimiwa Speaker, nimtaka kuzungumzia kuhusu mapendekezo ya hii BBI ambapo inasema kwamba ikiwa itapita basi huenda wale wabunge ambao watabahatika kuchaguliwa tutapata mawaziri wetu kutokana na wale wabunge. Na mimi nataka niunge mkono sana hapo kwa sababu ni mara ngapi tuliikita waziri wa kilimo. Hasa wakati ule walikuwa wanaitwa nzige wale. Tulisumbuka sana kuita waziri wa kilimo na ilikuwa ni vigumu sana kupatikana. Na vile vile nakumbuka waziri wa barabara tumemuita mara nyingi lakini inakuwa shida kupatikana. Kwa nini? Na hapo ndio maana naunga mkono tena katiba hii ya mapendekezo. Endapo itapita, basi mawaziri kama watatoka hapa, haina haja ya kwamba tukawafuate mbali. Tukimtaka tuwampata hapa, manake ni mmoja wetu, tuko naye, twala naye. Kwa hivyo ni haraka sana kuonana naye na kutatua mambo ambayo tutakuwa tuko nao, kuliko sahihi tukiwataka kuwapata inkuwa ni mbingu na nchi, hawapatikani. Tuwatafuta mpaka uchoke, mpaka mtu inakuwa awe samodi ndio aweze kupatikana. Kwa hivyo bado naunga mkono hii katiba kwamba huenda ikipita basi kuna mazuri mengi yatakuja. Na pia vile vile nataka niunge mkono niseme, sijui kama blue economy inasemaje, manake sikuisoma vizuri ama sijepata nafasi ya kuisoma vizuri. Lakini najua iko, lakini kama imesemwa vipi hapo siwezi jua, lakini nataka tu ijulikane kwamba bahari ndio uti mgongo wetu sisi wa pwani. Tunaitegemea kwa kila kitu. Ndio shamba yetu kubwa ya kahawa, na labda ndio shamba yetu kubwa ya majani chai, na pia labda ndio mashamba yetu kubwa ya sukari. Kwa hivyo hiyo nataka niamini kwamba imeangaliwa vizuri na kwamba mwananchi wa pwani naye hata jiona ameachwa upande wa kiuchumi, bali amekumbukwa vile vile. Na nataka niseme Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa ule muda mchache ambao niko nao, wakati tunapoanza safari kama tuenda mahali na chombo, ala tuko karibu kupanda gari tuenda safari zetu, huwa twasema ewe Mwenyezi Mungu tujalie tufike salama, manake vyombo tunavyosafiria vimetengenezwa na mwanadamu. Nasema hivyo kwa nini? Nasema hivyo kwa sababu hii katiba imetengenezwa na mwanadamu, haikutengenezwa na Mungu wala haikuanguka kutoka mbinguni. Hivyo basi haitakosa dosari hapa na pale, kwa sababu ni mwanadamu aliyetengeneza, na mwanadamu mwenyewe si kamili. Basi kwa sababu mwanadamu mwenyewe si mkamilifu, na yeye ndo ametunga hii sheria na tumeletewa mapendekezo haya, tumeyaona hayatakosa kasoro. Nataka kusema hakuna kitu kilichotengenezwa na mwanadamu ambacho hakina kasoro. Basi tuangalie makubwa na madogo. Je, kasoro ni nyingi ama faida ni nyingi? Kwangu mimi nasema naona faida ni nyingi, na itafaidisha hasa wananchi wa Kilifi County. Nikiangalia kwa kina, hakuna tunachopoteza bali ni kufaidika, tunafaidika. Nami nataka kuungana na wenzangu mkono nikisema nitaunga mkono hii katiba mpya mapendekezo iliyoletwa. Asante.
Okay, Senator Chila yako. Let's try.
Apologetic to those who are following my debate and could not do so because of the poor connection. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that for avoidance of doubt, I'm fully in support of the constitutional amendment bill. I support it with all my heart and all my belief. And I indicated that there are few things that were not included that my people who sent me to this house would have preferred, and my people are the people of Migori County. But nevertheless, my platform is a national senate in Kenya, and what benefits most Kenyans and all Kenyans also benefits me as an individual and other Kenyans that I represent. My people of Migori in Nyatike sub-county would have preferred another constituency. They have the population, they have the desire, and they were not included, but it's my prayer that in my lifetime they will get an opportunity to have an additional constituency. My people in Kuria West also wanted an additional constituency so that they are represented by one man, one vote, as has been the mantra of the populated areas. I heard Senator Ndwiga say so. I believe and agree with him insofar as he says so. What I want to plead with my colleagues whose counties are benefiting by way of getting additional constituencies is that they should not forget us, those who are supporting this piece of legislation, this amendment to the Constitution, now that they are benefiting. There is a tendency of those who benefit to forget those who may not have benefited at the time of such benefit. So I want to urge our fellow senators whose counties are benefiting to remember those who may not have benefited but merit that benefit. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, the wise and the old have always told us that if you want children, if you are a man and if you are a woman and you want children, you marry. If you are a woman, you get married to a man, and if you are a man, you get married to a woman. As you look for children, and in the days of the past, people used to literally look for children. Those who had difficulty in getting them would go to spiritual leaders to do so. Some would go to certain lengths that there isn't enough time to describe. But we were advised that when you see a pregnant woman and your wife is not pregnant, do not do anything harmful to that pregnant woman, because if you do so, even when the turn of your wife to get pregnant and deliver arises or arrives, some other people of evil intention will do likewise to you. So I want to support those counties that are benefiting, hoping that when the turn of Migori County and the turn of other counties arrive, they will not kick the stomach or the tummy or the wombs of our wives, so that at that time our expectation is aborted or abort. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them that we are people of goodwill, we are people of love and people of patriotism, and I suppose and hope that the same patriotism and goodwill will be extended to us, and not in the future when we'll not be alive, but in the near future when we come to look at the totality of equality of representation. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know that certain functions are devolved, health is devolved, agriculture is devolved, and other activities than Mr. Speaker, Senator Nduiga, myself, Senator Kaniri, and other senators, including Senator Orengo, Senator and other senators, had the privilege of representing our constituencies when there was no allocation of any kind to those constituencies. We came to Parliament when our allocation to Parliament was zero, and there was no development at that time in our constituency. We were told that Yasambaya ni maisha mbaya, so if people voted for you in opposition, you would not get development. Now, Mr. Speaker, we had to carry out development which were public. We had to build secondary, primary schools and dispensaries using our resources, when our personal resources, when our salaries were at that time 23,000 shillings only. Mr. Speaker, we came together and amended the Constitution, introduced Parliamentary Service Commission. We came together and amended the law and introduced, against the will of the executive, CDF, which is Constituency Development Fund. That was the first step towards evolution. And Mr. Speaker, we have since then had tremendous meteoric development in various parts of this country. Many of us may not have been there in Parliament or in Senate, but if you go to the countryside, you will find that we have various schools, standard and good-looking schools for our people to go to school to. Now that there is money being allocated, more money being machinani to constituencies, to wards and to counties, we who participated in the first step towards devolving resources are a happy lot. This makes me very happy that more money will be allocated to counties, more money will be allocated to wards, and that will make democracy meaningful to people. The people who are represented at wards, the people who are represented in counties and constituencies, what they vote for is tafadhali enda kwa bunge upigiwe kura na ulete maendeleo. What maendeleo is all about is resources. So this amendment is giving meaning, giving light to the wishes of the public of voting for people to bring development. Development is resources, and this constitution is progressive. This constitution has very many benefits, that our people would love. The devolved functions like agriculture. Right now, I was in my village of birth, where we are dependent on sugarcane growing and milling. And my people who visited me in my home were asking me to look for money and have that money given to Sony Sugar Company for expansion of the factory and for payment of farmers who have labored to deliver their cane to the factory. Other people came to me and talked about the need to fund fisheries. All of this will and cannot happen if more resources are not devolved to counties. Yes, there are resources, but they are stuck with the national government. I heard my brother Njeru Ndwiga praise Munya, the CS for agriculture, for doing something good to coffee, to tea, and other places. We in other parts of the world or other parts of the nation do not want to be at the mercy or at the discretion of a CS. We want to get our devolved money for agriculture by right. We want to determine in Migori, in Uriri sub-county, we have it in Nyatike, we have it in Kuria East and Kuria West in abundance. But we are at the mercy or discretion of the minister. So when money is increased to 35%, if it is taken or X'd out of what is left at the national stage, then we will use it at our discretion. We do not want to be at the discretion of somebody who is not living in our village. I am sure the Meru people, the Tharaka-Nithi people, and all people in central Kenya would love that money to be allocated to them, so they use it at their discretion and in line with their preferences. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the reasons for which I am wholly in support of the constitutional amendment bill. What I have noticed is that the debate
what's your point of order, Senator Falhada?
Has exposed our underbelly as a
There's
nation.
a point of order.
We are and we are very.
There's a point of order.
By
Mr. Speaker, last week when I was contributing and I was in my car, you ruled out that no one should be in their bike on their bicycle and the car. And I can see Senator Achila Oyako is contributing through his car, and I don't get it. Is that
okay? Okay, Achila Oyako, if you are in a car, I rule you out of order because that's the direction I gave last week. So you are out of order. Okay. There's a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, first want to standing order number 104. I beg to move that the mover be now called to reply.
Okay, honorable senators, I now put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. As men are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As men are of a counter view, say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reply. The Speaker, in replying, I need to recognize all the members, and I mean all, Mr. Speaker, because I know that this is one bill where the contributions have been very emotive, contributions have been exhaustive in terms of the time given to people, Mr. Speaker. Each one spoke for 20 minutes or more, and almost the whole House has spoken. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank every member, every senator who has made their contribution to this very important bill, which is a historic one. As we have said, Mr. Speaker, only once in a long while you have a chance like this, that you are responsible for amending the constitution of your own country in your time as leaders and your time as members of parliament. And so I do wish to thank the people who initiated this process from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, that made it such an important function that it had to be a popular initiative, that it had to belong to the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, also to thank you for your ruling on this matter, that, Mr. Speaker, it belongs to the people of Kenya, and that it's not possible to bring amendments on top of this already. Yes, popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, thank you for that. And I wish
I have not ruled yet.
Oh, I thought you, Mr. Speaker, it was the other speaker who ruled it.
Yeah, I will be ruling.
The speaker has ruled. One speaker I had the other day said ruling this way. But Mr. Speaker, my issue is that we have a very important function now this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, to ask members, to appeal to members, that let's support this bill. We have spoken onto it. We have said what we wanted to say. We have spoken, our people have heard us, and they know our feelings about this. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to members that this is a time to rise above even those pains or whatever feelings and support this process so that the people of Kenya can go and do the rest by referendum or by any other means, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank members and say this is going to be not the end, but a comma in the process. The process proceeds. The process is going back to the people after the IEBC and the president, and then the IEBC, and then the people. Mr. Speaker, that includes all of us again, because we represent them. So I want to wish everybody I wish everybody should just support it today. Let's have a good voting. Let's support this process and let it move forward. I want to thank you, all of you who made contributions from both sides of the House. I do believe that this is a worthy cause for us to be on the record that we were here when this amendment was done. It's called the BBI. It is building bridges, and that moves us to completely live within that call. Let's live within that call that it is building bridges. And Mr. Speaker, let's use this time to build bridges in Kenya. Let's make sure that people have a shared prosperity, a shared future. Let's make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we support. And I do plead to all members to support. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do reply. Thank you.
Okay, order, senators. I now put the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Remember, voting on this bill is by every senator pursuant to Article 257(8) of the Constitution. I therefore now order the division bell to be rung for 5 minutes, after which we shall have a roll call vote. Okay, one day tell us for the two sides. Come in, those who are coming in, please. We want to start the voting. Let's have the tellers. The tellers for the two sides.
First offense of this nature, Moses Kuria, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot tolerate this. And the Honorable Kimunya actually said, you are the leader. No. I think all of us in leadership stand indicted. Because he said a senior leader in the House. Mr. Speaker, you are there. The leader of majority and myself, and entire leadership from both sides. Mr. Speaker, we sat here. How could inducement cause even members who are out of the country, like Simbarati, to vote from China, Mr. Speaker? I think we should not joke with serious matters, Mr. Speaker. If you have lost or your side has lost or whatever it is, that is the spirit of democracy. I have been in this house and I've lost so many votes here, Mr. Speaker. From 2008, there are so many votes we have lost here. Some we have even fought physically after losing, Mr. Speaker. But you cannot scandalize your colleagues for no reason. In fact, when we were taking the vote, Mr. Speaker, another person from the media house called me that members were being intimidated, they were being induced. Mr. Speaker, you cannot intimidate a member. You can issue a party position on a matter. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this as I sit down, that if parties cannot take a position on a constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker, then what then can a party take a position on? The most important, the critical decision a country would make is to amend the constitution, to change the etiquette, and to change the contract between the governed and the governance. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the time that you cannot claim independence of mind when you are actually dealing with a constitutional amendment. Either you follow what your constituents want, which overrides everything else, or two, you can vote because your party has whipped you a particular way. But talking of inducement, Mr. Speaker, is in bad taste. So as I want to stop there, Mr. Speaker, and ask that this member be named, and then we follow it through procedurally. If we could have another member ready to move this motion, and we vote on it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me also join in my colleagues in condemning cowardly statement made by our colleagues on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, in democracy, the majority have their way, the minority have their say. In democracy, you must accept not all your position will be taken, others will lose, others will win. Honorable Speaker, members who sit in this country.
Aaron.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kericho, we say no to this attempt at mutilation of our constitution.
Senator Gona Christine Zawadi.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdikadir Mohammed.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Haji Faria Ali.
I vote yes.
Senator Alake Abshiro Soka.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Harigura Godana.
I vote yes.
Senator Iman Falhada Deko.
I vote no.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal. Senator Inima Gertrude Musuruve.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of PWDs in this motion, I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of Homa Bay County, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu.
Yes, Madam Speaker, taxes will be increased to support a double-decker parliament. 20 billion extra shillings will be needed to support new institutions which are being created by BBI, and therefore I vote no, because Murang'a businesses will be overtaxed.
Senator Kasanga Sylvia.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes. Yes.
Thank you, Pitana. Have you voted? Vote. Can we hear your voice? She has said yes. Honorable Senators, please be quiet so that we can hear people online. She has... Honorable Senators. Senator Kasanga, please vote.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Honorable Senators, please take your seats so that we can hear those online. Thank you.
Senator Hanir George.
Madam Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Vihiga, I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles.
Can I also vote for Meru? Kirinyaga votes yes.
Senator Kihika Susan.
Madam Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
Nakwere County votes yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kidhure.
Madam Speaker, certainly I vote no.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina.
I vote yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew. Senator Lelewel Tumbesi.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Samburu, who will lose 1.3 billion when this bill passes, I vote no.
Senator Linturi Mithika. And definitely no. Senator Loitip Anwar. Senator Locorio Petronira Were.
Is Loitip online? On behalf of the women of Kenya, the people of Busia County, and the people of Baringo County, I vote yes.
Senator Masayo Stewart.
I vote yes.
Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Malim.
I vote yes.
Senator Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
Senator Kwamboka, you are on mute. Senator Kwamboka, unmute. Unmute.
Senator Kwamboka, we cannot hear you. Please unmute.
I have unmuted.
Bas, now we can hear you.
On behalf of ODM, the women of Kenya, and the Nairobi women, I proudly vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wakungu. I vote yes. Senator Masisa Naomi Shiyonga.
Come on, sanitize this thing. Well, I want to sanitize.
Let's continue while we wait for sanitizer. Okay.
Madam Speaker, for the benefit of women in this Republic of Kenya, for this constitution, and on my behalf, I want to say that I vote yes and support Baba and His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. Thank you.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga. Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako.
Senator Ayako, please unmute. We can't hear you. Senator, please unmute. We cannot hear you. Please unmute. Unmute. Senator, you are still on mute. Please unmute. We can't hear you. Senators, please take your seats and... Senator Ochilo, we cannot hear you. Please unmute.
Can I move on then?
Okay, let's move on.
Senator Mulgo Alice.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Bomet County, gaining money and 2 new extra constituencies, I vote a big yes to BBI.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nyamira, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon.
Senator Moi Gideon.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Mpaye Philip Salau.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mugo Beth Wamboi.
Thank you.
Senator Murkomen Kipchumba.
Madam Speaker, for the 3rd time, and in the best interest of our great republic, and for posterity, and for history to remember us,
we are not able to see
I
you.
vote a big... Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, but we want to see your face. Yes, thank you.
As I said, Madam Speaker, on behalf, for the 3rd time, and on behalf of the people of Kenya, and for posterity, for the good of the nation, and for history to remember us, Madam Speaker, I vote a big no.
Thank you. Next.
Senator Mudama Agnes.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Machakos, we have received 3 constituencies and we cannot afford to lose them, and many other benefits. I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Vidyomi.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Honorable Senators, please, your consultations must be low enough for those online to be heard. Please.
Senator Ngaruma Jones Mwasushe.
Madam Speaker, Taita Taveta votes yes.
Thank you.
Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki.
Where is Mombasa?
Mombasa votes yes.
Yes, now we can see you. Thank you.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Thank you. Next.
Senator Nduga Peter Njeru.
Thank you.
Senator Nyamunga Rose.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kisumu, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Madam Speaker, once again, this being a bill by popular initiative, I'm confident that the vote of consciousness lies not with me, but with the registered voters who shall have their say in the referendum. I exercise my duty on behalf of the county of Narok by passing this bill to the voters, and thus I vote yes.
So what are
Senator Ledama, we have not had your vote.
Madam Speaker, once again, I say this is not a conscious vote, but rather a vote which consequences lies not with this House, but the people of Kenya.
We have had everything
So I'm
except the vote.
my right, and I'm voting yes to pass this bill to them, for them to determine their future in the referendum. So I vote yes.
Yes, voted yes.
Senator Omanga Millicent.
Kwa niaba ya walalahoi, kwa niaba ya wanyonge na mahasla wa Kenya hii, napiga la na single mothers.
Switch off quickly. Senator Ongeri Samson.
Members, order members. Order. Senator Gerard Gay, please. Can we consult in low tones so that we can complete?
Senator Ongeri Samson.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pareno Judith.
For the sake of Kajiado County, the women, my party ODM that believes in devolution, peace and prosperity of this country, I vote yes.
Senator Provincial Samuel.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of West Pokot, I vote yes.
Senator Pringay Victor.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the 4.3 million residents of Nairobi County who deserve adequate representation, hence the 12 more constituencies. On behalf of the urban poor who deserve more resources, hence 40 billion for Nairobi, I vote yes.
Senator Mary Giane.
Senator Mary, we can't see her. She's there. Senator Mary, please come online. Yes, please. Order
abstain.
Thank you. Next.
Senator Wako Amos.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch.
Madam Speaker, because a decision has been made that the final decision on the fate of this bill lies with the people of Kenya. So to facilitate a smooth passage of this bill to the final decision makers, Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Naomi Jiro.
I vote yes.
Senator Wario Wolich Juma. No.
Can you hear me?
Senator Moses.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of myself, for Kenya Party and One Kenya Alliance, I vote yes.
Senator Zani Agnes.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Ali, you seem to be muted.
No, I'm not muted, Madam. I don't know what's happening, but mine is yes. Why?
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal.
Senator Imana, we have not seen you. Senator Imana and Senator Okilo Ayako, please come back online.
Senator Loitip Anwal. Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Madam Speaker, I, Dr. Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako of Migori County, self and of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Have you heard me, Madam Speaker?
Senator, just vote. We are here. You are clearer.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Ayako of Migori County.
Senator Ayako, can you vote, please?
Madam Speaker, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Can you vote? Senator Ayako, vote.
Hear me?
Yes.
Vote yes, Madam Speaker, on behalf of...
Thank you. Imana, if you are online, please come forward.
Don't do narrative, just vote.
Imana and Anwar.
Madam Speaker.
Is that Anwar?
This is Senator Wario.
Wario, we took your vote. We had you. Thank you. It's Senator
Okay,
Imana we are looking for if you are in the same room.
Madam Speaker, hope you heard me.
Senator Anwar, last chance. No, then Senator Imana, last chance. I think we just proceed. Honorable Senators, we now have the results of the vote, and I request that the two members please take seats as we announce the results of the vote, how you have voted for BBI. Honorable Senators, the ayes 51, the nays 12, abstention 1. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the Constitution by popular initiative.
Thank you. I see a point of order from Senator Ongeri.
Speaker, I just wanted to comment that we've done this voting in solidarity with what we think the BBI is putting on the table. And I plead at this stage, Madam Speaker, that we have made some very relevant comments, particularly in my area where we brought out one of the most deserving constituencies that needs to be split into two, that's Bobat's constituency. And I plead that when this goes to the second stage, third or fourth stage, that may be considered as an appropriate, because it's a very large population and they will largely benefit, and they will hugely benefit from this split. And it will be a good thing to do, because both in terms of statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, in terms of proposal, that was captured, and we'll be very happy to see that captured in the forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last point of order is from Senator Mogeni. Did I see something, Senator Mogeni? Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to give some words of comfort to my good friend, Senator Professor Sam Ongeri, that once we have enacted this bill, it will go as it is, but maybe in future, in another 10 years, when we review the constituencies, maybe we can think of Kisii. But this one now is cast in stone, Prof. It will go as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Orengo.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the House for passing this bill and say that there are a lot of people who have very simple minds, and they do not understand sometimes these processes. And it should be noted that the recommendations of the committee, the Joint Committee of the National Assembly and the Senate, in which I sat, and which Senator Omugeni, Senior Counsel, presided over together with Honorable Muturi Kigano. I think this report that accompanied the bill would be a historic document. And Madam Speaker, I'm saying this because there are a lot of people there who don't understand what you are saying. There are people who are saying that the role of Parliament is simply ceremonial. I want to repeat here that if the role of Parliament was ceremonial, we would not have taken time and go through 3 divisions and 3 voice votes. And I know in the annals of history, the debates that have taken place in this Senate will be a very important historical document. Indeed, I am hoping that in the records of this Parliament, we should not just have it in the Hansard. I think there should be a report on of the Hansard on this debate. This debate, Senator Zawadi, you will be surprised that 20 years from now, when some of us will not be alive, your speech in this debate may be used in order to try and determine, because we are the makers of this document, unlike some people think, what prompted us to pass this bill. So our work has not been in vain, and the debates here have not been in vain. And I know in the history of this Parliament, and Madam Speaker, I remember reading a report, just a report on the contribution of the Kenya People's Union during a period of time. There was a special report given at that time by the National Assembly and printed by the government printer, the contribution of the Kenya People's Union in the debates in Parliament at that time. So the work we have done here is not in vain at all, and I want to commend every member that spoke on this bill. And finally, I think it should be remembered, for those who have misunderstood us out there, that the recommendation of the committee, Madam Speaker, there's a very noisy part of this House.
Senators, please consult in low tones so other members can be heard.
Yeah, all the time, really. And Madam Speaker, these days we are very lucky. There are no people in the gallery, but there was a time when, there will be a lot of Kenyans looking at how their members make the law. And sometimes what we see here is very dispiriting, because we are carrying out a very important duty. And remember, we stopped debating when one of us was arrested, because it was an important debate for which we wanted to participate. I just wanted to emphasize that the committee had recommended that the bill should be passed as it is. And the committee had made some observations, and those observations were part of the debate. So I am hoping that after passing this bill, we have to live with it. It will be part of our history, of our contribution to this country, and the courts will try to determine what we meant and what we wanted to do through this enactment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kavindu Mudama.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say that we have passed this bill, and I'm grateful that Machakos has had 3 constituencies. But there is one area, which is Masinga, which is very sparse. I'm just praying that next time they'll be considered and given some constituencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Wetangula Moses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to join in congratulating this House in totality for the mature debate and the vote that we have registered this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in the history of this House, no bill has been debated as vigorously and extensively and deeply as the bill we have passed this afternoon. Every single member desired to speak, and those who didn't speak probably are less than 10. And all that spoke were constructive. Even those that did not support the bill, like my distinguished colleague from Kericho, were very eloquent in their treatise. Senator Milo Manga is also gesturing at me to acknowledge her contribution. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and I want to say that she made very, very positive contributions. After passing this bill, Madam Speaker, there is no longer those who opposed and those who supported. It is a bill that has been passed by the House of Senate.
Thank you.
We carry everybody on board. We may not have gotten everything we wanted, but the Constitution is a living document. It's dynamic in its own nature, and there will always be another time to bring on board what was left behind or to correct what we think was excessive this time round. Let's move together as one. And I want to encourage my colleagues, Cherargei, Aaron Cheriot, Murkomen, and everybody that as we go out now to the referendum, that let's move as one. Let's unite the country and let's be each other's keeper. That is the only way Kenya will move forward. And even those who gloat in marginalizing others, when they realize that even those that are marginalizing are united with everybody, we will be able to reform each other and look at this country together.
I was using my discretion for 2 minutes, so please let's not go because I'm the only timekeeper. I'm the only timekeeper on this one. Senator Cherargei, I'll come to you, but if you can promise me 1 minute, yeah, I'll come to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this discretion.
The last.
From the outset I want to tell Kenyans, as this issue moves to referendum, that if at all the Constitution is going to be amended, they should be ready for high taxation under the Bodega Parliament and many other, since the economy is in ICU. Madam Speaker, we would have expected that the process would have been more all-inclusive. But some of us are not interested in us versus them, but we leave to the conscience of Kenyans. But us will continue to oppose up to Mashinani. Madam Speaker, finally, what I want to say is that Kenyans were looking upon this House. But fortunately, 12 of us have started with the truth, and we hope in the fullness of time will be vindicated, and Kenyans should always be ready for high taxation in hard economic times. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Matsaya Stewart Mochi.
Asante Bispika. Bispika, kwanza nataka tumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa uwezo wake wa kwamba sisi kama maseneta tumeketi hapa na tumeweza kujadiliana na hatimaye kupitisha mswada huu wa BBI. Bispika, tunaangalia mbele, sasa tunaenda kwa referendum, na nina hakika na matumaini ya kwamba kazi tuliyofanya hapa imeonekana na kila mtu katika taifa la Kenya, na kwamba maseneta wanaweza kuleta majadiliano kwa hali ya ungwana, kuleta juu bila kukosana, na hatimaye kuweza kupiga kura na kupata mwelekeo. Tumewaonyesha Wakenya sasa mwelekeo wa kuenda. Sasa tuendeni mashinani ili kuona kwamba wananchi wa Kenya wamepitisha BBI. Asante sana Speaker.
Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, very briefly, I'd like to first of all remember Senator Yusuf Haji, who spearheaded this process. He was one of our colleagues, and I'm sure that today he is looking down at us with pride, and I dedicate this vote to him. Madam Speaker, this process was long. Senator Amos Wako has been there, but it's important for us to understand as a House that our part is now done. Madam Speaker, as Senator Orengo has intimated, there has been a lot of innuendo out there. You know, the committee had a report, I had a dissent on one issue, but ultimately, we all agreed on the need to pass BBI and on the need to respect the will of the people. From here, it is going back to the people, Madam Speaker, and they will make that choice. I just pray that all of us as leaders in this country, even as we go to the people, a process and a bill that is supposed to unite our people should not be a source of division going forward. Let us watch our tone. Let us not try and divide this country again. Let us not have a me versus them. Let us go in the spirit of one Kenya. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to appeal to colleagues as we go out there, let us remember when that time comes, because now the IBC will have to schedule a referendum at some point. Let's remember COVID is still there. Let us not endanger Kenyans. Let us not lead to another spike of infections of COVID-19, Madam Speaker, as we go to speak to Kenyans. And finally, Madam Speaker, because we are still senators, we are still members of parliament, as I finish, many people have been saying that the country's focus should not be on this. We should focus on alleviating the problems that Kenyans are going through. This is your opportunity. We're done with the bill. Let us see proposals on economic cushioning. Let us see proposals on making sure Kenyans get the vaccine and focusing on their priorities right now, as the other institutions, the IBC and the rest, focus on the remaining part of this process. For now, our work is done on that. Let us now do what we must do. I want to thank all members who have voted, and I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that finally we've entrenched the principle of equality of the vote, that my people in Nairobi will no longer be represented 500,000 people by one member of parliament. For me, that is a score, and the additional resources that will go to the counties. It is truly a historic and a good day for this country. Thank you.
Senator Gona Christine Zawadi.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nikubaliane ama niungane na wenzangu na hasa nikapongeze nyumba nzima ya Senate kwa kukubaliana na kupiga kura nzuri ama kura ya ndio. Na pia nataka niseme kwamba kila safari ya hatua 100 huanza kwa hatua moja. Kwa hivyo ni hatua tumechukua, na niko na hakika hasa kwa niaba ya Kilifi kuna mengi ambayo tulikuwa hatuyapati, lakini najua kwa kupitisha haya hii BBI ambayo tumepitisha leo, najua kuna mazuri mengi ambayo watatufuata nyumaye. Na pia vile vile nataka nitambue kwamba kuna kaunti zingine ambazo hazikupata uwakilisho ama sub county zaidi, lakini nataka niseme kila kilicho na mwanzo huwa na mwisho, na pia si kwamba tunaonea ama hatuwapendi, ni kwamba siku haikuwa yao, lakini wakati utafika watapata. Na hata kama hawakupata sub county zingine, lakini na hakika kuna mengine ambao wameyapata mazuri kulingana na hiyo BBI. Ukiangalia vizuri utakuta hapo ndani kuna mambo mazuri mengi, na mabaya hayakoseki kwa sababu ni mwanadamu aliyetengeneza, lakini naamini tulivyoanza kwa mwendo huu, hatua tumeanza, safari tumeanza, na hakika una mwisho mwema. Asante.
Senator Lenturi, Franklin Mithika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I'll try to be as brief as I can. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority vote, let me say in democracy, Madam Speaker, is always that the majority will have their way, the minority will have their say. What I would want the country to learn from this vote is that, Madam Speaker, we are getting to an area whereby now the public is going to decide on whether to amend this constitution or not. The responsibility on passing it is on them. So I want to ask them to not be divided, because looking at what has happened in this Senate, we may have unvalid ways of trying to express ourselves, but at the end of the day, when the vote is cast, we all come together and agree on the results. So, Madam Speaker, the only area that I feel
I need to tell Kenyans, and anybody else who will be participating in an election, in this particular election, the most critical and important thing to remember is that always this country is not independent by the citizen, by the Wananchi themselves, but by the leaders. We have a responsibility to preach peace. We have a responsibility to tell people that the referendums will come and go, but the Kenyan people must always remain united. And Madam Speaker, whoever will be participating in whatever election, we must also be willing and ready to tell people that Kenyans must be willing to accept the results of any election. Otherwise, that is one of the major problems that breaks the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Now, the names are increasing, so please stick to my 1.5 minutes discretion. Senator Inima Ketut Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time to give my comment. I want to say that this is a very good process for us as Kenyans. Now that we've agreed as a Senate that we get to the referendum, we should forget the past and work together and ensure that we are talking to Kenyans, because the things that have been ailing us as a country have been addressed in the Constitution. And we have to know that our Constitution is a living thing. Even after 10 years, maybe amendments will also be done to our Constitution. And our Constitution is supposed to serve people. And I'm sure the BBI is going to serve Kenyans. And we look back and say we did a good thing in passing the BBI. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Milgo. Alice Chepkore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to actually congratulate the senators and actually tell all Kenyans that the senators today have sent a clear message that they are in support of the two principles, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the president of this country, and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, in their vision of having a country that is living peacefully after every vote. I think we have had a challenge after every vote, and in this particular bill, this one shall go a long way to actually cure a number of issues. In addition to that one, more specifically, the amount of money that will go to the counties once this bill has passed will in this case improve the livelihoods of our people. And in this case, I think our people, the Kenyans right now, out there should be able to support this bill so that we have prosperity in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to first congratulate all members of the Senate who have made contributions to this bill, Madam Speaker, and including yourselves, Madam Speaker, in the Speaker's team, for the good work that you've done in coordinating and regulating debate here, Madam Speaker. And finally to say, Madam Speaker, that it's good to exhale and go through what we've gone through and the lessons that we've learned. And to me, the bigger lesson is that the dynamism of the debate that we've had, the diversity of opinion, should not be a basis for us to have an enmity between us, Madam Speaker. And indeed, that now we have a clear way forward, and that clear way forward, Madam Speaker, is that this bill now is back to the owners. And the owners of this bill is the people of this country, Madam Speaker, who first through the promoters made the suggestions. And the beauty of it, in my view, Madam Speaker, is that indeed, by and large, there was something for almost everyone. Although some may not have gotten precisely what they wanted, but we would say that what is good in it outweighs any challenges that will be there, Madam Speaker. And I know, for example, Madam Speaker, like in the area where I come from, the area of Mount Kenya region, our people have been consistently for more than 30 years raising the issue of underrepresentation, Madam Speaker. And somehow this can now be addressed if and when Kenyans put their vote to this bill, Madam Speaker. We have issues, and that's how we started our one man, one vote, one shilling campaign, Madam Speaker. We believe that alongside other Kenyans who also have something to take in this bill, when the people finally decide on it, we will be better off as a country than the way we were, Madam Speaker, before we pass the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Amos Wako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. As a person who was the chairman of the Constitutional Committee of BBI, it's really my great pleasure that at long last Parliament has passed this bill overwhelmingly. Madam Speaker, there are 74 clauses in this bill, and therefore it will be difficult for one person to agree with all the 74 clauses. But what's important is that one agrees with the overall thrust of the clauses, of the amendments, and so on. And I think we all agree that if these amendments will carry the country forward, Madam Speaker, as we go to the referendum, I would ask the people also to look at those clauses in the bill where not much attention has been given. Much attention has been given on political issues in the bill, the structure of the executive, but there are many, many other clauses, even which deal with the economy, which are there in the bill. Madam Speaker, one particularly clause 10A, which deals with regional integration and cohesion, clause 11A, which deals with the economy and shared prosperity, clause 18A, which deals with the responsibilities of a citizen. If this bill is enacted and is endorsed by the people, I'm quite confident that it will carry and give this country the opportunity to restructure the politics, be more focused, and deal not so much to be too politicized that we forget the real issues, which are issues of economy. Madam Speaker, if that environment is created, then it will be possible to deal with the many problems that this country is facing right now in the economic field. Therefore, it deals with governance issues which provide the enabling environment to be able to deal with the very heavy economic issues that this country is challenging. So, Madam Speaker, I recommend the people to endorse this bill overwhelmingly the way the Parliament has endorsed it overwhelmingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Murang'a. And please make sure it is 2 minutes like everybody else.
Yes, Madam Speaker, when this process started, there were areas I was very happy with it, and I'm on record of having supported those areas. One of the most important area was World Development Fund, which was my original idea. I brought before the Senate, it was passed, it went to the National Assembly, it got stuck there. So to the extent that it was speculated into BBI, for me, I was happy, Madam Speaker. I only became a little bit cagey when I saw 3 issues. Number 1, when I saw a report detailing the cost of BBI once it is passed. There's a parliamentary report that denotes that Kenya will suffer 20 billion extra shillings per annum once BBI passes. That includes to support the so-called double-decker parliament. That includes other institutions which are being created. Number 2, I thought maybe this process would amend some of the problematic areas I found in it. Most importantly, the enhancement of presidential powers vis-a-vis judiciary, Madam Speaker. I am a victim of the so-called an overbearing executive. When I was a student leader at the University of Nairobi as the vice chair of SONU, I was suspended because of an executive that was so overbearing. So when you then provide in this bill, in BBI, a situation where the president has the unilateral power to appoint people in salaries commission, the president seems now to have Judicial Service Commission can just dismiss or penalize a judge. I have a problem with that. Again, Madam Speaker, there is a clause that is proposing to delete representation of teachers in Salaries Commission. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe teachers are so important in molding the children of this country. Without them, we could not become lawyers, doctors, professors. When you now kick them out of Salaries Commission, Madam Speaker, you negate the entire teaching fraternity. I'll be urging teachers, secondary school teachers, primary school teachers, to look at that clause, how it is going to affect their bargaining power their negotiations power, particularly taking into account we have ratified international treaties that support labor. And under Article 2, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution, those treaties are now part of Kenyan law. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think my region has not gotten sufficient constituencies. I strongly believe Murang'a should have gotten the 2 extra constituencies. Nyeri did not get a single constituencies. Nithi, also a place like Madam Speaker, Nyandaro did not get a single constituencies. This idea that Mount Kenya has been getting have so many constituencies.
Senator, your time is up. We were not opening debate. We want people to thank us for being good chairs. Senator Baringo.
Madam Speaker, just rise to say that I'm happy that I have participated in this making history for this country. At least we'll have left a mark that we tried our best at this particular moment. Happy, Madam Speaker, that finally we have passed it, that we will have more women legislators, we'll have better sharing of our resources, and therefore a better shared prosperity for this country because we'll have more resources on the ground. Happy that we have passed a bill that tries to deal with the winner takes it all issue in our elections because we have a new structure that is coming in. And finally, Madam Speaker, that will go into a referendum more united on this one, looking at the kind of participation that we have had and the support that we have had. I believe this country will have a better future and that we will vote yes for our destiny come the referendum. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very much, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the Senator Matangi mentioned, but I think we, as whips, we owe to our colleagues who are in Nairobi, those who are out of the country, those who are out of Nairobi, a hand for listening to us. Nobody pushed you, there was no executive pushing you, and all of you participated. We have a record of 65 senators who participated in the vote, 76%, and Majority Leader, I think you should thank the senators because we have not only surpassed the record set by the National Assembly, we have also had a better debate than them, irrespective of the disagreements on the floor. 2, Madam Speaker, I am now convinced, absolutely, that we should have passed some other things through the parliamentary initiative. We have done more than 2/3, both at the National Assembly and at the Senate. I hope at some point maybe the Senate and the other National Assembly can find a way of using the parliamentary initiative to pass some of the minimum amendments that we can pass without necessarily going to a popular initiative or a referendum. To the principals, this was a good idea to build a good Kenya. And I am proud to participate in this process. I watched the 2010 Constitution process on TV, and I'm proud to have participated in this one. Lastly, to say this, a lot of myths about Parliament and about the hold on Parliament has been demystified between this week, that we can make a decision ourselves, that we at some point think well of this country. Lastly, Majority Leader, if you can get 65 senators voting on this process, as political as it is, bring us here to discuss the attendant laws that are going to come as a result of this constitutional amendment. They're important. 2, we want to make sure that our elections are peaceful. I've repeated this. We must look at our elections and the laws that will govern our elections. Last, people are suffering. Can we discuss economic issues and matters concerning Wanjiko, Mudeu, and Atieno on this floor? Bring people here before we go home and before we go for our respective elections. I believe we can do better, and let's have a conversation around things that Kenyans think are not political driven, but people driven. But thank you, Speaker, and for your patience and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Finally, the Leader of Majority, Senator Bogisho. Oh, your name is... How did we lose your name? Okay, let's allow Senator Naomi so that you do finally, Senator Bokisho. We want you to be the last.
She has been telling for us.
Oh, no. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and I'm proud that I have been the tally and returning officer for this particular process in this Senate. I stand to be commended. Madam Speaker, I want just to say that for the senators, I want to congratulate senators of Kenya for this period and for this time that you have taken just to discuss this bill. We have learned a lot as senators, and we have seen so much of the input from the report. And I want just to say, Madam Speaker, that nothing can dim the light which shines from within. This constitution has been discussed here, and it is light within. And nothing will stop us from seeing the light that is within us. And I want to say that for Malava, Kabras, Kakamega County, which is one of the constituencies that is going to be added, one more constituency, I am so happy that we are going to get the real money and the real devolution working from within. And I want just to thank this document, the people who actually started this document, who came up with the handshake that has done the repeal of everything that we have seen that has been discussed. And I want just to congratulate the people who came up again with this particular document, that we have had the digest that is in it, we have had the fruit that is in it, and as we go out there for referendum, I know we are ready, we are prepared as people, we are prepared as individuals, and we are prepared as representatives of people. I'm glad that the women of Kenya are benefiting from this and benefiting within. So we ought to respect to our leaders who have actually spearheaded this process through this House. Our work has been done. Our work has been accomplished. Now it's the people, upon the people of Kenya to conclude everything and the good work that our leaders or two principals started. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Bokisho. Samuel Losuron.
Madam Speaker, you can rest assured that this is only to congratulate and to thank those who participated, which is almost everybody in this House. Madam Speaker, as has been said by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., a very high participation rate. Only what, 3, 4, only 2 did not participate. So you can imagine, I must thank everyone, all the members, even those who did not support the motion. I know that down in their hearts, they know that it's a very good bill. They definitely have voted with us, even though they voted no. Those who voted yes, you can already say that the majority have their way and let the minority also have their say, which is a very good principle for this House. But Speaker, you know, as our members here, that for them to stay this late, to stay throughout, even those who are on overseas trips and vote, that means it's so important. We stated very early that this is a historic moment, and I'm glad that everybody wanted to participate. And so we want to be, just to say thank you for that. We now move to the next stage. We will always be thankful because the debate in this House has been praised. I remember, Madam Speaker, even our neighboring president, the president of the neighboring country, when she came here, said something about the debate, so she listens. I think I purpose to think she listens more to Senate. But, Madam Speaker, we are going to ensure that the things that Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. said we bring here, the laws that are requiring our numbers like this should come sooner rather than later, and also as part of the fulfilling the requirements of this particular bill. This has been the BBI bill, and we must always remember that the people who started it, the handshake people, and eventually now the people who are going to campaign for it are us and other people. So let's hope to, let's begin by also saying thank you to the President of the Republic of Kenya and the former Prime Minister and all the political leaders who have supported this process and to the members today. So I just wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators. That brings us to the end of the BBI report. Next order. BBI bill. And it seals the fate of BBI bill in this House. Thank you for your participation, everybody. This has been good. And your last remarks were the best. It has set a tone that we need on the ground when we go to campaign. We need to campaign together in a united manner. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, debate on the address to Parliament by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Yes. Madam Speaker, kabla sijapendekeza majadiliano haya, ningependa kupendekeza Madam Speaker kwamba ingechapishwa katika lugha ya Kiswahili hoja lenyewe, ndio tungejadiliana sisi sote katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Lakini sasa kwa sababu imechapishwa katika lugha ya Kiingereza, imenibidi mimi nikipendekeza, Madam Speaker, nirudie Kiingereza na nisome katika lugha hiyo ya Kiingereza. Lakini nashukuru kwa sababu nimeomba ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Senator wa Kilifi ya Kilifi mwenyewe ambaye anasema Kiswahili safi ndiye mwenye ataunga mkono nikisha pendekeza. And so, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 24-6, the thanks of the Senate be recorded.
There is a point of order from Senator Wetangula.
You make your bed, you must lie on it. The majority leader stood when you called the order, and he stepped forward in compliance, started speaking in Kiswahili. And under our standing orders, he must speak in Kiswahili to the end. He cannot make excuses in Kiswahili and then suddenly switch to English, Madam Speaker. That is offensive to our standing orders. And we will only be able to perfect our Swahili speaking in this House by practice. In fact, I'm waiting to speak to this motion in Kiswahili.
Senator Pokisho, there is another point of order, but you really brought yourself to this one. Yeah, Senator Pareno, there is a point of order from Senator Pareno. Maybe she's translating it.
Madam Speaker, nilikuwa na hoja kidogo, hoja ya nidhamu. Nilikuwa naomba Madam Speaker kama ingewezekana kwa mkubwa wa walio wengi, I don't know whether you call majority, kiongozi wa walio wengi, Mheshimiwa Pogisho, kama ingewezekana angeendelea ama angeanzisha kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na mswada huu ufanye kwa lugha ya Kiswahili kwa heshima ya mama yetu mtukufu Rais wa Tanzania, Mama Suluhu Hassan. Ingefaa sana kwa sababu ya kupendelea vile alizuru nchi ya Kenya, na kwa heshima ya lugha yao na lugha yetu ya Kiswahili, na kwa heshima kwa heshima ya lugha ya Afrika Mashariki ambayo ni Kiswahili pia, kama angeweza kuongea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili.
Another point of order from Senator Mutula Kilonzo.
Ningemwomba Bi Speaker, ningemwomba kiongozi walio wengi atusikize na kwa makini. Jambo hili si jambo la kupuuzilia, na ningemwomba kiongozi walio wengi, kama ingewezekana, Bi Speaker, mjadala huu ungetafsiriwa katika kichapisho chetu kwa order paper na Kiswahili, kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Alafu mwenzetu kiongozi walio wengi pamoja na yule ambaye atamuunga mkono aendeleshe mswada huu kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, kwa sababu kama vile tulivyomsikiza Rais Suluhu alisema kwamba lugha yetu anaifurahia kwa sababu ina ucheshi. Kwa hivyo ni wakati wetu na ni jukumu letu tuzungumze ama tujadiliane mswada huu, kwa sababu hata nakala ambayo mimi nimepatiwa na ambayo ninayo hapa sasa imeandikwa na lugha ya Kiswahili. Mimi nashangaa ni kwa njia gani huyu kiongozi wetu anaanza mjadala huu na Kizungu, ilhali nakala ambayo yeye anataka tuiunge mkono imeandikwa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Je, huu ni ungwana?
Senator Pokisho, hope you have taken note of the points that you started with one language. And all you need to do is to translate that paragraph as it is.
Madam Speaker, you must realize, Madam Speaker, that I have not delved into the motion. I had not moved the motion. I made comments outside of the motion in Kiswahili, knowing very much that it is actually our standing orders which prevent me from moving on in Kiswahili when I'm reading what is on the order paper. That's why I said in Kiswahili, it would have been better if the motion had been drafted in Kiswahili, so that would force me to read it in Kiswahili and proceed with the debate. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I had not yet moved the motion. So those first comments were just comments in another language, but the motion as written, Madam Speaker, the motion as written.
Thank you, I agree.
I have no,
you had not started, so you can move.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. So I can now move the motion. Yeah. You know, I would have loved to say it in Swahili, Madam Speaker, but I'm prevented from that by the rule that I must read as is, which is in English, which our people should have done this in Swahili, for sure. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 24.6, the thanks of the Senate be recorded for the address to Parliament by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, delivered on Wednesday, 5th May 2021. Madam Speaker, at this point now is when I wish I could mix the languages, but again, I can't. So I am, my goose is cooked in this matter. I would have loved to entertain the President of Tanzania with my Kiswahili. And I'm sure there'll be many who will entertain her anyway. As she said, it is entertainment enough hearing our Kiswahili. Madam Speaker, it's important for this country and for this Parliament, particularly the Senate of the Republic, which found a lot of recognition in that speech, to discuss and debate the contents of that speech, the policies in that speech, especially, Madam Speaker, the fact that this is a president who was just sworn in in March, and the first business that she has taken seriously, called state visit, was to this country. And she has said it very clearly, that Kenya is related to Tanzania in three areas that she mentioned. She mentioned in our neighborhood, in our languages, in our communities. We share communities, and she spoke with passion, and the way she spoke to this nation, spoke to us in Kiswahili, was very fine Kiswahili. That's when you know a fine Kiswahili, you know, very fine language. And she was full of praises for these houses of Parliament. And so I wanted to just use this opportunity to therefore thank Her Excellency for such a motion, such a speech that she gave, which was so endearing. I'm telling you, Madam Speaker, that if you sat in that chamber, you would not fall asleep or be distracted. You paid attention to her because she was very colorful in her language. But the most important thing in that is that there were a lot of policies, a lot of good things that came with that visit and with the speech. The speech that she made was full of very concrete areas of development. But one of them that I noticed is that she particularly wants us in Kenya, inviting us Kenyans to invest in Tanzania, inviting us Kenyans to be free to move into Tanzania, for Tanzanians to move over. Something which had been affected by the leadership that was there before her. And that time, Madam Speaker, she has restored, in my view, the good relationship that existed among our people. Our people still live on both sides, and they move back and forth. She gave the example of our wildlife, which moves back and forth. So there is more to our relations with Tanzania than we think. And we know, but it had been affected by politics, and now she has tried her best to remove that barrier and allow people to move freely. Madam Speaker, if you look at the way that we relate, she mentioned three things. She said in our relations personally, and then also she mentioned something about our geography. And she's in the geography, she's very clear that we share a common border, a very long one, and we share both on land and the seafront. So we have a reason to share together. She mentioned some major projects in her speech. The one that caught my attention, Madam Speaker, is the natural gas pipeline that is being proposed to move from Dar es Salaam into Mombasa. We share these resources because it's easier to move that gas pipeline from Dar es Salaam into Mombasa and back and forth. She's mentioned a number of roads that we are doing together as the two countries. And I'm glad that during her time of state visit, she liked what she saw in Kenya, and she made praises about the development, the strides in development that Kenyans have made, or the Kenya government has made. Madam Speaker, being a new person on the block, and she described herself that way, she had to come and introduce herself to the neighbors, which in a sense is what you do when you are new, and your neighbors, the presidents there have been there for a while. And so she has done a good thing, which means you seek advice from your neighbors, but you also have something to offer, fresh ideas to offer to your neighbors, and especially for the enforcement and the strengthening of the East African community, which she mentioned also as one of our relations, that we are related historically. And in history, we were the first to form the precursor to the East African community. That is Tanzania and Kenya. Before then, even we were joined into East Africa, which Uganda came in, and then now the East African community. Madam Speaker, there is a lot to gain from good relations. Peace is one of the things that we gain from good relations. The freedoms that we get by being able to access our borders, we are able to defeat small things and diseases, hunger and things, because now, if you have a better facility in Tanzania, and you are near there, you can benefit from that facility. If there is food in Tanzania, which is not in Kenya, it's easy for us then to meet our needs. If there is more in Kenya, that movement, which allows our people to have these freedoms. Education is the other way. There are many Tanzanians who would like to come and study in Kenyan schools. There are many Kenyans who would like to do the university education and things like that, and even high school education in some of the schools. The other way that we benefit from each other, and which she definitely made very clear to all of us, was in tourism. And if that issue of tourism, Madam Speaker, is taken seriously, we benefit. She made it very clear to me that we have been hurting each other in tourism by saying, oh, Kenyan trucks cannot go, Kenyan tour vans cannot go into Tanzania, and vice versa. And yet, there is enough that the tourists can benefit by just visiting both countries and making it a joint program. This is, Madam Speaker, these are some of the things that I was able, Madam Speaker, to glean from the speech, that wonderful speech. And Madam Speaker, I know that a lot of colleagues want to speak onto this. I just want to say that we, members of Parliament, have been given a challenge by the President of Tanzania that we better legislate in such a way as to strengthen the East African community. We must legislate in such a way as to give our people basic needs, that our people don't have to struggle too much, Madam Speaker, in order to get medicine. We should legislate, Madam Speaker, to free our people into thinking business-wise. We must help our people to think business-wise, to think joint ventures, to think going to farm in Tanzania, which she declared has so much land, and things like that, and also mining. So, Madam Speaker, if I were to dwell on the speech for too long, I would probably deprive others of the opportunities to comment. And I like to use this forum to pass congratulations to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the speech she made, which I have mentioned just a little part of it, that she definitely has a bright future, that she is up to the task, and we wish her well. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Senator of Kilifi to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Matsayo.
Asante, shukran Bi Speaker. Bi Speaker, kwanza nataka kutoa shukran kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan. Kwanza tukiwa tunamshukuru Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tunawazia jambo muhimu ambalo aliweza kulileta. Kitu cha kwanza, watu wa Tanzania tunawapa kongole, sababu katika historia ya Tanzania tokea wapate uhuru mpaka sasa ni rais wa kwanza mwanamke katika hii jamhuri yetu ya muungano wa East African Community ama Mashariki ya Kati. Speaker, kile Kiswahili chake kwanza, sisi kama watu wa wengine wanaotoka sehemu za Kenya lakini tunatoka sehemu mbalimbali, tunasema kwamba sisi kama watu wanaotoka sehemu za mkoa wa Pwani wanajua kuzungumza Kiswahili, lakini hilo silo. Speaker, ukiona kwamba Rais wa Muungano wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania aliweza kuongea Kiswahili safi ambacho hata mimi nilikisikiliza nikasema hata sisi kama tunatoka maeneo ya Pwani ya Mombasa ama Kilifi ama Malindi hatuongei Kiswahili kama hicho. Kiswahili chao kilikuwa Kiswahili safi kabisa. Speaker, tunaelewa ya kwamba mipaka yetu sisi na Tanzania imekuwa pamoja kwa miaka na miaka na itaendelea kuwa hivyo. Hatujui, lakini tunaambiwa katika lugha ya dini kwamba maisha na maisha tutaendelea kuwa majirani. Speaker, tunaona kwamba Rais Suluhu aliweza kutuambia ikiwa wanyama wanaweza kuishi kama ndugu, ikiwa wale wanyama Speaker wanaweza kuongea lugha moja wakatembea pamoja, akatupatia hata mifano ya kwamba ikifika chini ya mwaka kuna sehemu ya mwezi fulani wanyama wetu huku wanyama wa kiume huridhishwa sana kwa sababu wale wanyama wa Tanzania wa kike huwa wanavuka mto wakija huku, alafu wakapata mimba na kurudi kwenda kuzalia huko kwao. Hatusemi kwamba wao wanakuwa wengi, lakini wengine huwa wanabaki huku, na ndio jinsia ya watu wanaoishi pamoja kuweza kuelewana na kuishi kama ndugu na madada na makaka na kuelewana zaidi. Spika, tumeona katika mipaka hiyo pia sio wanyama peke yake, tukizingatia kwamba katika maeneo tofauti tofauti ya mipaka kuna jamaa ambao wanaishi pamoja. Tukiangalia upande kama wa mkoa wa Pwani, ukiwa unataka kwenda Tanga ama Dar es Salaam, unaweza kupitia maeneo ya Horohoro ama Lungalunga. Hiyo ni mpaka ambao jamaa wa Kidigo ambao ni mmoja wao katika wale Mijikenda wanaishi sehemu za huku Kenya, na vile vile wanaishi pande za Tanga ama Tanzania kupitia sehemu za Tanga na hata mpaka Dar es Salaam. Kwa hiyo tumeona hii ikiwa wanyama wanaoshirikiana, binadamu wanaweza kuketi pamoja, ni kwamba pia biashara zetu zinaweza kuwa pamoja. Tukija katikati, tuko na eneo ambalo liko na Wataita Taveta. Wataita Taveta wako hapa katikati ya Voi, Taita Taveta. Tunaona Wataita Taveta ni wengi pia, nao pia wana ushirikiano katika mpaka huo. Vile vile tuko na maeneo ya Namanga. Ukitoka hapa Nairobi ukiwa unaenda utapita maeneo ya Namanga, ambapo hapo pia kuna watu wanaitwa Wamasai. Na mimi nataka kusifu Spika kwa sababu wewe ni mmoja wao. Ikiwa mnaishi kwa amani na mnaishi pande hii ya huku Kenya ya Namanga na wanaishi pande ile nyingine pia Wamasai, sasa hata hatuwezi kujua, manake majina pia mmefanana, kila kitu kimefanana, hata sijui hata vile mnaishi mmefanana, tabia zao, kila kitu katika mipaka ya Kenya. Na pia ukipita ukienda upande wa Namanga kule wa Tanzania, pia wale Masai wa Tanzania wanaishi kwa kama ndugu. Kwa hiyo tunasema tu ya kwamba Spika, ni jambo la kufurahisha ikiwa rais wa Tanzania anaweza kuja hapa na akatueleza ya kwamba jambo la kwanza, wanyama wanashirikiana, binadamu wanashirikiana, mipaka iko pamoja, sisi tunaishi kama ndugu na hatuwezi kugeuza maisha kuanzia sasa na milele. Kwa hiyo la muhimu katika ushirikiano huo, alisema ya kwamba ingekuwa bora tukiongeza takriban mambo ya biashara kwa upande wa pande zote mbili. Tusilemeane kwamba wengine wanaleta nyingi zaidi ya wengine. Tuone ya kwamba katika ushirikiano wetu tutakuwa na ushirikiano bora. Spika, zaidi sana tuliona katika ile hotuba yake aliyotupatia, alisifu sana bunge la Senate, akasifu sana pia bunge la kitaifa, akisema kwamba ni jambo bora aliloliona, ya kwamba tunajaribu sasa, tumeanza, ni mwanzo tu, ya kwamba tumeanza kuongea Kiswahili na Kiswahili chetu huwa cha kufurahisha sana. Najua ni kama vile alipokuwa akisema kiongozi walio wengi, ya kwamba amejaribu kuongea lakini katikati akageuza maji, akasema sasa ni kama maji yamezidi unga. Akasema kwamba angependelea kuongea Kizungu, lakini hiyo ni mojawapo ya tafakari zetu ambazo tunasema kiongozi walio wengi amejaribu sana. Mimi ni mara yangu ya kwanza kumsikia akiongea Kiswahili na nimeona Kiswahili chake ni kizuri, lakini ni vile kwamba alikuwa pengine ana hofu ya kwamba anaweza kukosea hapo mbeleni. Lakini na matumaini makubwa ya kwamba kwa vile sasa tuko na ile hotuba yake katika lugha ya Kiswahili, wale wenzetu maseneti watakaopata nafasi ya kuweza kuja kuongea juu ya hii hotuba wataweza kuongea na lugha ya Kiswahili. Spika, pia pengine ningependa kuongeza zaidi ya kwamba isiwe tu mwisho, na kwamba hizi sheria zetu za hapa ndani ya bunge la Seneti, ikiwa tunaweza kuruhusu mtu aanze Kiswahili ama mtu aanze na Kizungu, lakini aweze pia, akiwa hawezi kutafsiri lile neno kwa hali ya Kizungu, ama Kiswahili awe anaweza kulisema kwa lugha yoyote na hiyo itakubalika, ama itakuwa sentesi ambayo itakuwa anaweza kuikata katikati, akisema habari ya asubuhi akiwa hawezi kujua anaweza kusema pia good morning, ambapo pia itakuwa mojawapo ya ile kujiweza kujikuwa na uzoefu na kwamba hawezi kukosolewa kwamba amesema makosa, ikizidi kwamba kuna ule uoga ya kwamba nikiongea hivi naweza ongea makosa, kwa hiyo afadhali mimi niongee Kizungu. Lakini tukiwa tutarekebisha hizi taratibu zetu hapa ndani ya bunge, inaweza kuwa vizuri zaidi, kwa sababu itapeana nafasi kwa seneta yoyote ambaye ana uwezo wa kuweza kuongea na hatimaye akiona kwamba sentesi hawezi kuimaliza kwa lugha ya Kizungu, anaweza kuweka Kiswahili, ama akianza na Kiswahili vile vile kama lile bunge lao la Tanzania. Wale wa bunge la Tanzania wanaruhusiwa, mtu anaweza kuanza Kiswahili akaingiza maneno ya Kizungu, lakini hatimaye ikakubaliwa. Nafikiria tukiweza kurekebisha hizi taratibu zetu itakuwa sawa. Speaker, mwisho kumsifu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, aligusa jambo la janga hili la COVID-19. Alisema ya kwamba sisi kama majirani, sisi kama tunaoishi pamoja, sisi kama tunafanya biashara pamoja, ni watu tunashirikiana kwa mambo mengi. Speaker, lakini akasema ya kwamba ikiwa ushirikiano huo utaendelea, hili janga pia ni vizuri ikiwa tutaweza kulipiga vita pamoja. Tumeona kwamba Kenya imeendelea mbele zaidi kupiga vita hili janga la corona, lakini kwa upande wa Tanzania kidogo walikuwa wameenda polepole. Sasa jukumu letu sisi ni kuitia maanani ile hotuba ya rais ya kwamba wamekubaliana wao kuanza ama wameanzisha. Hata nilifurahi sana nilipoona ya kwamba walikuwa wote waliokuja katika ziara hii, na hata wakati wakiingia ndani ya bunge kutoa zile kusikiza hotuba ya rais, walikuwa wote wamevaa mabarakoa. Hiyo ni dalili ya kuonyesha kwamba hao pia wako na juhudi. Sasa wanaanza kuwa na mwelekeo wa kwamba hili janga litaweza kutumaliza sote, kwa sababu watu wanaposikizana, Speaker, watu wanaofanya pamoja biashara, watu wanaolala katika hoteli moja, watu wanaokula katika chumba cha malaji pamoja, ikiwa hawatavaa mabarakoa, basi inaweza kuwa hatari, hata ikiwa kwa upande wa Kenya ama upande wa Tanzania. Lakini nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu sisi tulilitilia maanani hapo awali na tukasema ya kwamba ni jambo ambalo tutapigana na corona mpaka tuone ya kwamba tumeishinda, ama vile wanavyosema ule mzunguko tumeonyorosha. Kwa hiyo Speaker, nataka tu nitie mkazo ya kwamba katika ile hotuba ya rais aliyosema hapo awali ilikuwa hotuba ya maana sana. Speaker, kwa kumalizia, nilifurahishwa sana wakati aliposema akiwa huko Tanzania aliweza pia kutambua ya kwamba sisi majina yetu pia huwa yanafanana, si wale wa Masai peke yake, lakini pia akatuambia ya kwamba kwa sababu anatoka sehemu za kisiwani huko Zanzibar, kuna majina kama ya ndugu yetu ambaye tuko naye hapa, Seneta Mwinyi Haji Fakii. Akasema jina hilo pia nalo linaonekana linatoka katika kisiwa cha kule sijui ni Pemba ama ni Zanzibari, huko nako ndio wanakuwa na majina kama hayo. Na mwisho zaidi
pia alitupa jina Namelok ambaye inatoka upande ya Masaini, akatupa pia na Kilonzo, Kioko.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo alitaja majina mengi kutoka upande zote za Afrika Mashariki.
Shukrani Speaker kwa kuniongoza, na nakumbuka alisema kwamba kule pia huwa na majina ya Kikamba, hata Kilonzo nafikiria ama Musyoka, tunaweza pata majina kama hayo. Junior anaweza kujua zaidi, na Speaker na wewe pia unaelewa zaidi. Kwa hiyo hii ni kwamba watu ambao tunaishi kama ndugu, ni hususan kuona ya kwamba tumekuwa tunajisaidia katika wakati kama huu wa hili janga la corona. Lakini kumalizia kabisa ni kwamba Kiswahili chetu ni lazima tukidumishe na lazima tujivunie nacho, na sio kwamba kama hujui Kiswahili basi wewe si Mkenya, ama hujui Kizungu basi wewe si Mkenya, kwa sababu hizi ndio lugha zetu mbili za kitaifa. Mimi tu nataka nikomee hapo, na kwamba tumsifu sana Bi Speaker kwa hii hoja aliyosema, na mimi nataka kumuunga mkono ama kumsecond, kwa siwezi kujua kama kusecond ni kuunga mkono ama ni kufanya magani, ndio mimi nimetumia jina la Kizungu. Kwa hiyo asante sana Bi Speaker, na second.
Nafikiri hata kuunga mkono ni sawa. Mheshimiwa Kilonzo Junior. Oh, sorry. I now propose the question that the motion that the debate on that pursuant to Standing Orders 24(6), the thanks of the Senate be recorded for the address to Parliament by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, delivered on Wednesday, 5th May 2021. Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
Asante Bi Speaker. Kwanza nimshukuru Rais wa Tanzania Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa hotuba yake ambayo italeta au imeleta maridhiano kwa jamii ya Watanzania. Ndugu zetu, tukubalieni tuendelee kupatia risala zetu za rambirambi kwa kumpoteza kiongozi wenu John Pombe Magufuli. Mungu amrehemu na mlaze mahali pema peponi. Bi Speaker, jambo ambalo Rais wa Tanzania lilifanya au hotuba ambayo alitoa imekwamua mambo ambayo yamewashinda wanaume. Viongozi wanaume wameshindwa kuleta uwiano katika Afrika Mashariki. Imebidi mwanamke awaonyeshe viongozi wanaume njia. Na jambo hili ni la muhimu. Wale ambao kama sisi ambao tunawapigia debe mswada kama ule ambao tumeipitisha leo, ni kwa sababu Bi Speaker, katika maoni yangu, wale viongozi ambao watachaguliwa katika kaunti zetu 47 ambao ni wanawake, ni njia mufti Bi Speaker kutafuta uongozi wa kitaifa kupitia kwa bunge hili. Na jambo la kuwezesha hawa wanawake ili wapate nafasi kama hiyo ni kuchaguliwa katika kaunti zetu. Jambo lingine, kuna watu wakumbuki historia yetu, na ni vizuri niseme kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Senator Susila wako, marehemu mzee wangu Baba Mtula Kilonzo walisomea Dar es Salaam wakati ambao kukuwa na shahada ya wanasheria katika university zetu huku Kenya, na walifunzwa sheria, na wengine wengi ambao wengine ni majaji, wengine kama mwenyekiti wa timu ya Gor Mahia Ambrose Rachier, watu ambao wamesomea sheria Tanzania. Lakini mambo ambayo yamezungumziwa hapa, nafasi ambazo sisi wa Kenya za kibiashara, nafasi za Watanzania za kibiashara, ni jambo ambalo ni la muhimu. kwa sababu wale ambao ni wafanyabiashara na wengine ambao ni wateja wetu katika kazi zetu mbalimbali wametuambia kwamba wamepata shida. Mahindi ambayo yanatoka Tanzania na yanapitia kwako Bi Speaker, yanapitia Namanga, yale mengine yanapitia Emali, yale mengine yanapitia upande wa Kibwezi, yanakuja kwa bei nafuu Kenya. Lakini mahindi ambayo tunayapanda Kenya hayawezi kuuzwa Tanzania. Maziwa ambayo yanaweza kuuzwa Tanzania kwa muda mrefu, ilikuwa vigumu sana kuuza maziwa Tanzania. Nakumbuka nikiwa katika nchi ya Zambia, yule ambaye ni msimamizi wetu huko kama balozi aliniambia kwamba njia mufti ya sisi tuingie katika jumuiya ya South SADC ambayo Tanzania ni mwanachama ni kupitia Tanzania. Na kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kumshukuru kwa dhati Rais wa Tanzania kwa mambo ambayo matamshi na kufungulia njia biashara ya Wakenya na biashara ya Tanzania, ili Wakenya na Watanzania tutafute njia na tutafute pia Waganda. Sisi tunataka Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, Mheshimiwa Rais Suluhu Hassan na Rais wa Uganda Bwana Museveni wakutane na Kagame, wakutane ili tutafute njia ambayo tunaweza kufanya jumuiya hii idumishwe. Tunaweza kuwa na kampuni moja ya ndege kama vile tulikuwa na kampuni moja ya ndege. Tunaweza kuwa na kampuni ya reli. Tunaweza kuwa na makampuni ya vitu vingi, hata mawasiliano kama ilivyokuwa kabla jumuiya hii kuvunjiliwa mbali mwaka wa 77. Ni kwa nini, Bi Speaker? Na ndio kwa sababu tunasema uongozi umelegea. Tungekuwa na mtu kama Suluhu kabla hatujafanya mkataba tuliofanya na Wachina wa reli ambayo inapitia kwako, tufanye mpango huu na Watanzania, ingekuwa virahisi. Deni hili ambalo sisi tuko nayo na hawa Wachina, Mheshimiwa Bi Speaker, haingekuwepo. Hivi majuzi nimeenda safari nchi ya Dubai. Nimesikia kuhusu bandari yao ya Tanzania ambayo wameifungulia ili wafanye biashara kwa njia rahisi kuliko bandari ya Mombasa. Mimi ninauliza swali hili, na hao wenzetu maseneta kutoka pwani watajibu haya maswali. Kuna zile zinaitwa dock pale bandari yetu, 2 zimepatiwa mfanyi biashara anajulikana, amekomboa 2, na tumeshindwa kutafuta mtu ambaye tunaweza ungana mkono pamoja ili aweze kufanya kitu kinaitwa kwa kimombo public private partnership, ili kuwezesha huduma zetu za bandari ya Mombasa ziwe za hali ya juu. Wafanye biashara mbalimbali, Bi Speaker, wanahamia Rwanda au Tanzania. Na ni kwa nini ukisafiri Tanzania, na lazima nidokeze kwa sababu mimi kwa sababu ya kupenda wanyama nimesafiri sana Tanzania. Nimeenda Manyara, nimeenda Ngorongoro, nimeenda Kirawira na familia yangu, nimeenda buga la wanyama la Serengeti. Buga hili la wanyama na sehemu hizo ambazo wamezitengea katika kuhudumisha sura yao ya tourism, Bi Speaker, utashangazwa. Hoteli ambazo ziko Kirawira, hoteli ambazo ziko Serengeti, hoteli ambazo ziko Ngorongoro, hoteli ambazo ziko Manyara ni ghali mara 3 kuliko zetu za Mombasa na humu Nairobi. Lakini ukitembea huko kumejaa watalii. Ni kwa nini? Yule ambaye alisema kwamba utayapata watalii wale wanakuja na magari katika uwanja wetu wa kimataifa wa Jomo Kenyatta, gari za Tanzania utazipata hapa, lakini hakuna gari ya Mkenya utaipata upande ule mwingine. Kwa hivyo mimi nimeona kama ni mtu ambaye kwa sasa niseme ni kama malaika ametumwa ili tufanye hii kazi. Hiyo barabara alizungumzia nimeitumia ya kutoka Voi kwenda Mwatate. Hiyo barabara Speaker ilikuwa mbovu sana, na kuna sehemu za watalii za kifahari. Wale ambao mjatembea katika sehemu ama hoteli ambayo almaarufu inaitwa Salt Lake, ama hujatembea katika mahali pa kifahari ambapo wanatengeneza tent huko Mwatate, ukienda Tanzania, ni mahali ambapo mnaweza kutembelea, kwa sababu wamesema tutatengeneza hizi barabara ili kuwa na mawasiliano, kuwa na watu wanaweza kutembea. Na mkitembea nchi ya Tanzania, ukitoka Arusha uende Manyara, ni karibu kilomita 500 au 600. Hakuna barabara moja kama hiyo utaiona nchi nzima ya Kenya. Hakuna. Nilistaajabika wakati Rais Magufuli alipata uongozi, badala ya kuwa na sherehe kubwa, nilikuwa huko, badala ya kuwa na sherehe kubwa ambayo itaikarimu serikali ya Tanzania na Watanzania pesa nyingi za karamu na watu kuenda kupiga dance, wakatengeza barabara ambao katikati kunapitia wale ambao ni wazima moto, wale ambao wanawasafirisha wagonjwa hospitali. Gari zinapita katikati. Hata wakati Kenya tunajenga barabara za gorofa eneo la Mombasa Road kutoka Mlolongo, hakuna mtu ambaye anafikiria ni kwa nini hatuwezi kuwa na barabara ambayo inaweza kuwafikisha wagonjwa au wazimamoto haraka. Tuna ripoti ambayo inasema wakati wa wale ambao walikuwa wanafunga barabara Thika hivi majuzi, ripoti zipo kwamba kuna mtoto ambaye alikufa barabarani kwa sababu wamefunga barabara na hakuna mahali kunaweza kupitia watu ambao ama ambulance ambazo zilikuwa zinapeleka huyu mtoto hospitali. Zamani walikuwa nasema Watanzania walikuwa naambiwa waje Kenya ili waone dunia. Sasa ni wakati wetu tutoke Kenya twende Tanzania ili tuangalie nchi ambayo inaendelea na kudumisha na kufanya uchumi wao kwa njia ambayo inafaa. Ndio kwa sababu jambo ambalo na mambo ambayo yamesema katika ripoti hii kwamba kuna Kilonzo Tanzania, kuna Masai Tanzania, kuna Kioko, ni kusema hivi kwamba jamii za Tanzania na jamii za Wakenya ni familia moja. Babake gavana wa Makueni, Profesa Kibwana, wakati aliaga dunia mwaka wa 2014, tulimzika mahali panaitwa karibu River Chala. Kuna mahali kuna mtu unaitwa River Chala upande wa Tanzania. Tulipikiwa na Wanyamwezi huko, mapochopocho ya maajabu, na wametangamana. Wakati nimeenda kumzika mama yake aliyekuwa seneta wa Taita kule Kasgao, Dan Mwazi, tumepikiwa na Watanzania, tumekaa na Watanzania, na wale waliniambia kwamba katika eneo hilo la Kasgao wanapata huduma ya hospitali kwa njia nafuu upande wa Tanzania. Tuna mambo mengi ambayo tunafaa sisi kuyaiga kama Wakenya. Na mwisho ni hili. Wakati nimetembea Tanzania na wakati seneta wako atapatiwa nafasi ya zungumze, labda atatuelezea jambo hili lilitoka wapi. Yule dereva ambaye alikuwa ananizungusha pamoja na familia yangu, nimemuuliza jina lake. Tuna tabia ya kuuliza watu majina yao. Nikimuuliza Amos jina lake, sitosheki akiniambia jina lake ni Amos. Nataka aniambie jina lake lile lingine nijue ni ametoka pande gani, ukabila gani. Ukabila wetu na maneno ambayo tunayafanya, tabia mbaya kidogo tunayafanya hiyo ili tujue kama tunaweza anza kunongoneza kwa lugha ya mama. Kuna kamati, na nitadokeza, kuna kamati kubwa ambayo kuna wachama 4 ambao wametoka kabila moja, na wakati mkutano unaendelea wanazungumza lugha ya mama. Ni kwa nini? Huyo dereva nikamuuliza, wewe waitwa nani? Akanipa jina la kwanza. Nikamuuliza na jina lako la pili? Akasema hatusemangi jina la pili. Nikamuuliza kwa nini? Kwa sababu hatuna ukabila kama wa Kenya. Na nikaendelea kuchunguza makabila ya Tanzania ni karibu 100 na kitu. Kwa hivyo hata kama tumefanya mswada ambao tumemaliza leo, nchi ambayo tunataka kuitengeza ya jamii zetu na familia zetu ni ile nchi ambaye ukisema mimi naitwa Gertrude kama huyu hapa, mtu atakuuliza umetoka wapi, kwa sababu wewe ni Mkenya. Ukisema mimi naitwa Amos, yatosha. Ukisema wewe ni Stuart, yatosha. Itafaa na mali ambapo kuna stakabadhi za sheria ama za serikali ambazo ukijaza utashangazwa. Na wewe ni wakili kama mimi. Ukienda kotini kwa zile stakabadhi ambazo za charge sheet, unaona kuna mahali wameandika kabila, tribe. Itafika mahali tuseme kwamba jambo hili alileti utengamano na uwiano katika jamii zetu, na ni makosa, na ikuwe ni hatia kuzungumza lugha ya mama kwa mkutano, kuzungumza lugha ya mama hadharani. Wewe ukitaka kuzungumza lugha ya mama unajifungia kwako nyumbani ukiwa peke yako, kwa sababu unaweza kuwa umemuoa mtu ambaye si wa kabila lako. Hiyo ni hatia. Hii ndio jambo ambalo sisi tunafaa kuiga wa Tanzania. Sisi tungepatiwa nafasi, tungehamia huko, tukae huko, tutafute familia huko. Lakini kwa sababu tumezaliwa huko, tutakaa huko, lakini mifano na vitu ambavyo Tanzania wanafanya lazima tuige. Mimi nimshukuru Rais Suluhu, aendelee kutazama mijadala yetu bunge la Seneti. Mimi najua kwa hakika kwamba alikuwa anatazama mjadala katika bunge la Seneti, na tutaendelea hivyo hivyo, na tuwaomba kwamba hivi karibuni tuwaone marais wa mataifa Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania wakikaa pamoja. Hakuna haja sisi tutoke hapa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kamati karibu watu 20 wanaenda kuangalia ni kwa nini Kigali ati wamepanda nyasi barabarani, wamepanda miti, hakuna uchafu. Speaker, tukae chini, tukae kama watu ambao wanazungumza lugha moja. Wale wa Rwanda wanazungumza Kiswahili, wale wa Uganda wanazungumza Kiswahili. Tuhakikishe kwamba tunaweza kuzungumza Kiswahili tukiwa Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, na tutafute nafasi kama bunge pia tuwe tunaweza kufanya majadiliano katika nchi hizi zetu ambazo hao watu wote ni ndugu na dada zetu. Asante Speaker kwa nafasi hii.
Senata Mtula hapo leo amejaribu Kiswahili kabisa. Na mnakumbuka kwamba Mheshimiwa Suluhu Hassan alisema kwamba anapenda kutazama kwa sababu ya vile tunaongea Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo naomba kama ikiwezekana tujaribu kwa raha zake na kwa heshima zake tujaribu kuongea kwa Kiswahili. Karibu mheshimiwa wako Cecilia Amos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a subject which is very close to my heart. I want to congratulate the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu, for her historic visit to Kenya, a visit which I think has changed the enabling environment under which the relationship between Kenya and Tanzania can only be bettered and developed further and deeply. Madam Speaker, when I say that, and when we talk about the relationship between Kenya and Tanzania, we have to have in mind all the time that if there are any discords between Kenya and Tanzania, that discord, the seeds of that discord were contributed quite a bit by the colonial government. I say this because the colonial government came with an idea of bringing Kenya, Uganda, and Tanganyika together under some association called the East African High Commission. And that East African High Commission, the chairman of that High Commission was the governor of Kenya. The headquarters of that High Commission was Nairobi. Any services that were common were all headquartered in Nairobi, or in Kenya rather. So we had the East African Railways, Nairobi, East African Harbors and Corporation, Mombasa, and so on. So Nairobi was like the center for East Africa, and other countries viewed Nairobi as the place to provide the leadership. And that's why maybe we got spoiled a bit. Come independence, I must say Madam Julius Kabaraga Nyerere, a very forward-looking statesman, said he can delay the independence of Tanganyika if only we can get our independence at the same time and have the East African Federation. That was not to be, and instead the East African High Commission then became the East African Common Services Organization, the structures remaining the same, only changes in personnel. For example, we had East African Airways, headquarters in Nairobi. The chairman of East African Airways was Chief Fundukira from Tanzania. That proceeded, and then when all the countries became independent, it was felt that we should now have a formal relationship, and that's how the East African Community was born. An attempt was made. The feelings of Uganda and Tanganyika was that Kenya had received everything under the relationship. So an attempt was made to decentralize. The headquarters was moved from Kenya to Arusha. And of course, where we now have the court, that was the headquarters of the East African High Commission. East African Posts and Telecommunications, the headquarters was moved to Uganda. It's important for people to realize that as a deliberate measure to ensure that at least other countries shared a little bit more equally with Kenya in the assets of the East African community. Madam Speaker, then followed, I'm just going through this because of a very short time, Madam Speaker, then followed so on top of that, the differences in development brought about by the policies of the colonial government. After independence, an attempt made to decentralize East African community and to make partners equal. So we had 3 ministers from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Madam Speaker, they have then developed what we call differences in ideology. In Kenya, in Tanzania, it had become Tanzania then, we had the Arusha Declaration. And I must say, Madam Chairman, at that time, as Mutula Kilonzo said, I and his father were students in Dar es Salaam. At that time, we demonstrated in support of the Arusha Declaration. We demonstrated in support of the nationalization of the key heights of the economy like banks, insurance, housing, and so on. But in Kenya, that type of socialism was not to the liking of Kenyans. In Kenya, instead, we had the African Socialism Paper number 10, which was crafted by the late Tom Mboya and the third president of the Republic, Mwai Kibaki, which more or less, although it was called African socialism, at the end of the day it was capitalism, market economy, and so on, which was very different. There was no question of nationalizing banks, nationalizing insurances, and so on. There was a question of, in fact, encouraging farmers, be they large-scale farmers, be they small-scale farmers. In Tanzania, the emphasis was everybody must be herded into village, what we call the villagization policy, and so on. So different types of ideology came in. And then we all know, then in Uganda, Idi Amin came. Yeah, could not sit with the Idi Amin at the summit, and that together with what we have just said, differences, led up to the breakdown of the community which was then began being revived in the year 2000. But that spirit that Kenya had been favored was very much there, particularly in Tanzania. Now in Tanzania, up came Magufuli, and if you looked at the balances, the balance in trade, it was very much weighted in favor of Kenya, Uganda. When we were there students, Madam Speaker, things like toothpaste, Omo for washing, all these things were being manufactured here and sold in Tanzania. Now Tanzania felt it must also industrialize, Madam Speaker, and therefore the trade began improving, but they could not really compete with the Kenyans. In fact, Madam Speaker, when I was the chairman of the Fast Tracking Federation, when we went to Tanzania, most of the leaders there said that we don't want to move too fast, particularly to open up Tanzania, because in Kenya, you are capitalists, you are very aggressive, and you will take over Tanzania. So wait for us also to develop those habits before we can properly federate. Up comes Magufuli, and one thing that Magufuli succeeded in is transforming Tanzania from a least developed country to a lower middle income country. Within the space of 5 years, he had done that. And that was really an achievement. And Madam Speaker, to the extent where, for example, although the exports to Tanzania, Tanzania's exports to Kenya began almost leveling up with Kenya's exports to Tanganyika, to Tanzania. At the end of 2019, Kenya's export to Tanzania was $330 million, and Tanzania's exports to Kenya was $269. Till it began leveling up, Madam Speaker. But Magufuli went even further to ban the Kenya dairy, to ban Kenya Airlines, and we all know the differences that came about. And therefore, the relationship, although we're in East African community, we do not appear to be partners. We appear to be competitors. We do not appear to be strategic partners in economic and social development. We appear to be competitors. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I really laud the first president in East Africa, Samia. And with a light touch, you know, one of the Luya sub-ethnic groups, they're called Samias. So with a light touch, just know where the Luyas come from. And Madam Speaker, Samia Suluhu, when she came here, as I said, she has here now provided the enabling environment under which we can now develop far much better. But Madam Speaker, we can only realize this new relationship. We can only realize the benefits under it if both the Kenyans and the Tanzanians, in all fields, be they business, be they professional, regarded each other with respect. Sometimes when Kenyans talk, it's as if, oh, we are now going there. We are now, you know, whatever. They should realize also that Tanzanians are also coming. And in Tanzanians, when they come, they also, in fact, when it comes to natural resources, Tanzania is more endowed in terms of natural resources than even Kenya, Madam Speaker. So this relationship, which Madam Suluhu has now enabled, can actually be achieved, is a relationship which will be based on mutual respect and so on. Madam Speaker, I feel that what Madam Suluhu has done is going to enrich, to further enhance the cooperation within the East African community. Because, as you know, the member states have already signed the customs union, they have already signed the common market. The East African Monetary Union is currently being negotiated. Maybe in the year 2024, we should be having the monetary union. But all these things will be meaningless if the actual relationship on the ground are not amicable. And Madam Suluhu's speech has made that relationship to be amicable, to be able to benefit from those relationships, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, East African community, I think, is going to go further. Madam Suluhu made a very important point about language. I myself, Madam Speaker, after retiring as the Attorney General, and when I was thinking that I may join politics and I could not speak Swahili, I went to Zanzibar for the Institute of Kiswahili there, where I was taught some rudiments of Kiswahili, which makes me go along. If you have to become East African, go there again really to refine it, so that I can speak proper, I can speak clearly Kiswahili.
In Zanzibar, there is the Swahili Commission.
Eh?
In Zanzibar, we have the Swahili Commission.
Yeah, thank you. At that time, yeah. In fact, we have now. And with that commission, I will really, when we have a debate, and I'm still a member of the Senate, at that time, I will be able to address you, Madam Speaker, and you are there sitting, I will be able to address you in Kiswahili. It's just that when I left Zanzibar, I told my friend, the deputy leader of a minority, who comes from the coast, to make sure that I'm taught all the time. But he has not made any effort to do that. So I'm appealing to him, please ensure that my Kiswahili also improves by having a teacher who can teach me all the time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other point I really wanted to mention is the issue of tribalism, ethnicity, which Mutula Kilonzo has mentioned. And I believe, I am a firm believer in the integration, political, economic, social of Eastern Africa. And I believe if we have that, if we achieve that political federation for this East Africa and so on, a number of the problems that are bedeviling the member countries, I think will be dealt with in a very nice way. And we shall be learning from each other. The other countries may learn from us how to be entrepreneurs, how to make money, and so on. But we shall also learn from them, Madam Speaker, how to be naturalists, how to think African, not how to think Luya, or Kamba, or Digo, and so on. We shall be learning from them. We shall be going to Rwanda, as Kilonzo said, and we shall be learning to them how we can keep our cities clean, the way they have done, and so on. So, with this thing that Suluhu has now begun as president, and there's a whole 4 years to go in that presidency, I really appeal to her to be, as the mother of East Africa, to be the one who will slow down people who are angry with each other, be the mother who will mediate between the various quarrels, most of them petty, between countries and so on, so that we can focus on what she rightly said, focus on what can bring economic and social development for our people. Because at the end of the day, all these structures that we are creating, whether in Kenya, devolution, national government, whether in East Africa, the aim is one. The aim is to ensure that our people's standard of living goes high, progresses, develops, and that we can talk with our chest high in the world today. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me that opportunity to be able to speak on on this very, very important visit, which I say it was a historic visit. It has changed, I think, the atmosphere in Kenya and by extension in East Africa, and we should not let that environment again be poisoned by people who may not want to, who may not want us to come together for the benefit of our people in this region. With those few remarks, I support.
Naona Mheshimiwa Wetangula Moses hayuko na Mheshimiwa Cherargei Samson pia hayuko. Yes, Mheshimiwa Stewart Madzayo.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa heshima na taadhima na kulinganishana na kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Seneti, ningeomba kupitia kwa kipengele cha 105 sheria ya kwanza, ningeomba mjadala huu uahirishwe na nimuulize mkuu wa sheria aliyestaafu, kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Amos Wisila wako, natumaini ananisikiliza, Amos Priscilla wako aniunge mkono katika hoja hii ya kuahirisha kikao cha leo.
Mheshimiwa wako Amos wako.
I second. I think it's self-explanatory. Yeah. Namuunga mkono and the support.
Naona kwamba maombi hayo ya kuahirisha kwa mjadala huu ni muhimu, kwa sababu naona maseneta wengi wangeweza kuchangia mjadala huu ambao ni mjadala wa hotuba wa mama yetu rais, mtukufu rais wa muungano wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu Hassan, na kwa hivyo mjadala huu utayarishwa mpaka wakati mwingine ambao itawekwa kwa order paper. Na kwa hivyo naweka swali kwamba nawauliza kama mtakubali kwamba tuahirishe mjadala huu. As many as what opinions say aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Next orders. So we just. Honorable Senators, having concluded the business of the day, it is now time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 18th May 2021 at 10 a.m.
Tuesday.